Hello, my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to your reading, and if these happen to be the cards that you saw in the thumbnail when clicking on this video, which is going to be all about the lesson that life is teaching you right now, the lesson that you're meant to learn, that is going to kind of help you make sense of what you're moving through and the deeper lesson or truth life is showing you in this chapter of your life right now. So to dive into that, we're going to be breaking up the significance of this reading into a couple different portions just so I can make sure I tackle everything that wants to come through. And we're going to be sharing that right now. So when it comes to the breakdown, I always have a little slip of paper that I use to kind of follow along with when I'm doing these long, detailed, heavy readings for you guys. So just so you guys can see what I normally am reading off of when it comes to the overview and how we're going to dive into this. So to begin, the first thing we're going to dive into is what lesson you're learning right now, obviously. But to do that, we're actually going to be using my karma cards. And the reason why I felt called to share this in the introduction portion of this video is because I am so tired of having to explain myself 1,000 times over and over and over again. It's draining for me. So, make sure that you don't skip these intros moving forward, just because I do plan on sharing the overview just so you can follow along with me and just kind of understand how we're going to be diving into things, right? So we're going to be using the karma cards for this specific portion of the reading, the lesson you're learning right now. I will be showing you how we break it up. If you've seen my videos before, I have used these cards in the past, and I really, really love them. So I just wanted to share that with you so you guys understand that. The second thing we're going to be looking at is how is this lesson showing up in your life. Okay, so with that, we're going to get to see kind of what specifically is being impacted through this lesson. We're going to get to kind of understand the how behind it, and in the material world, the external world, outside of your inner world, what is really happening? What's mirroring these lessons for you? And then thirdly, why is this lesson happening right now? And then also what it's preparing you for. So to do that, we're going to be using the tarot cards along with some oracle, and then the resistance and flash block around the lesson. So what's holding you back from understanding it. And then lastly, one way to begin integrating this lesson into your reality right now, regardless of when you're watching this video, because it is a timeless reading. So now that I got that out of the way, I did feel called to share the back of the deck energy I got for the collective when I was setting up and selecting the significator cards for today's reading. So obviously, as you can see here, for pile number 1, we have heal, pile number 2 is strength, and pile number 3 is joy. The back of the deck energy for the collective, regardless of the pile that you felt or feel drawn towards, we did get freedom. And what's interesting to me is the fact that the artist that created this deck, the Wild Mystic deck, they chose the narwhal for freedom. And I just find that animal to be such an interesting selection to kind of describe the term, the statement, freedom. And the more I think about it, it feels to me, regardless of the pile you end up moving towards, I feel everyone's energy in terms of the lesson that life is teaching you or showing you, wanting you to learn right now, everyone's situation, you're gonna get to learn through this reading how to get many steps closer to what your definition of freedom is. It feels as if energetically there's a longing or a distance. There's a good chunk of distance, at least. I don't know if that's an assumption that you guys put onto yourself, believing you guys are so far away from achieving what your definition of success is for you, freedom, my bad. Maybe success is coming through because that's kind of what freedom might mean to you guys. But now that I'm sliding the back of the deck energy to the side, directly beneath it is protect. And so there is a desire to want to definitely ensure that where you're going is where you're meant to go. And maybe that's what kind of led you to clicking onto this video topic for Pick a Card, because this is the reading that's going to help you understand exactly where you're at, what lesson life is trying to teach you, and then see why that lesson is coming up now. And then you're going to get to understand, like, okay, if I've been stuck in some sort of self-sabotaging pattern, if I've been stuck in some sort of cycle that hasn't been serving me, whether it's like a toxic relationship, whether it's like people-pleasing behaviors, I don't know. It could be a lot of different things, right? This is the reading that's going to help you get to understand that now, get the clarity you've been seeking, and the truth behind the why. Like, why is this happening to me now? So we're going to get to dive into all of that today. With that as well, I find it interesting because before I set up, I wasn't planning on using crystals. I usually don't, but today, as you can see, I've been holding it. I have my blue tiger's eye crystal with me. And blue tiger's eye, I'm going to be checking my ChatGPT to decide. So it says blue tiger's eye is all about calm clarity of perception and truthful communication. It says blue tiger's eye, often called hawk's eye, blends the grounding protection of tiger's eye with a cooling, clarifying quality. It helps you see through emotional fog, speak your truth calmly, and access intuition without getting swept away by anxiety. So it seems like there's going to be a couple things coming through that are going to be hard to explain. And that's why I feel like when I was looking at the freedom card, it's giving me this energy of like complicated because I feel like narwhals are kind of a complicated creature. They're not a normal animal that we talk about often growing up in school, for example, like in elementary, primary school. Like we don't really talk about them that much. And there's a little bit of a mystery here to them. It feels like sources wanting me to share with you guys before you end up going to your pile. Make sure that you do plug in what resonates. Fill in the blanks of your own story. You're gonna know what is meant for you as you listen along within your pile, okay? Because you know, there's gonna be other people selecting your pile as well. So make sure, I try to, like, when I deliver the messages and downloads that comes through from source, I try to make it as universally resonant as possible to make sure that everyone gets what they need out of it and it makes sense to their situation. But you need to plug it in on your own. I can't do that for you, okay? Like a reading on YouTube can only be as specific as it can be. You know what I mean? So make sure when it comes to the downloads, you write them down, you review them, you make sure that you have something to write with. I always forget, I'm saying it, make sure you have something to write with, please. These readings tend to have a lot of intensity with them. They tend to bring a lot of insightful things to the surface that can really aid you in your overall self-growth and self-development journey. I know that was a lot of things I said, but it had to get out of the way. I had to say it. So with that, if you feel like you are still in a process of trying to figure out the pile that you want to choose, I highly, highly invite you right now to take a nice inhale through your nose, slightly tensing up your shoulders up towards your ears, and exhaling an HA sound out the mouth, releasing the shoulders back down, letting gravity do its thing. And taking another inhale through the nose again. Now maybe sending your awareness through your center, wherever your center might be today. Holding it at the top for 3, 2, and 1, and exhaling that HA sound out the mouth again. Sending presence and energy, loving energy to any areas of the body that might be making contact with Mother Earth right now. And then going back to your own breath, maybe doing the HA sound of inhalation and exhalation on your own. You can pause this video if you feel called to continue that breathing pace or style until you find your center and you feel really connected to it in this moment. And whenever you're ready, my beautiful soul, allow your intuition to guide you at this moment to aid you in being able to select the card that you feel most drawn towards. Again, there is pile number 1, pile number 2, and pile number 3. There are no right or wrong answers. Follow where your heart's trying to lead you in this moment. Don't let the ego, don't second guess, don't doubt. Just allow and simply be. And I will meet you at your part of the reading. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number 1s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting your pile, This beautiful little frog with the keyword being heal, then you already know that this is your reading in reference to the life lesson that you are learning right now. When it comes to your significator card, though, pile number 1. You did not just get one, but you actually got 2 significator cards. Surprise, surprise. So you actually got heal with the other significator card saying care. So perhaps when it comes to your significator cards, there is a combination of energies amongst the keywords heal and care combined, an integration of some kind, when it comes to the lesson that you're learning right now. Maybe some of you guys are people pleasers. Maybe you are in a moment of a dark night of the soul and you are at a point, and if you guys don't know what that is, feel free to let me know in the comments, but also I do have videos on that, so I do highly recommend use my YouTube channel for resources when it comes to dark nights of the soul. I think my video is called How to Turn a Crisis into a Spiritual Awakening. That video talks about dark nights of the soul very well, okay? So highly recommend. But a dark night of the soul, in brief, is just like a very deep, dark, intense, profound moment in your personal spiritual awakening journey. Usually a spiritual awakening happens and then a dark night of the soul happens after, moments after the awakening begins. But I feel like they kind of go hand in hand with each other. And a lot of people tend to like mention spiritual awakening, but they never talk about the darkness that kind of comes with it. And that is a dark night of the soul. So there are a lot of different angles I can look at these 2 pairings of cards together for your significators. But if we want to combine the energy of the collective's back of the deck, which was freedom with that narwhal, if you guys didn't see it, highly recommend you check out the intro if you had skipped. But there is a complexity here. And what I'm hearing in my head right now is it's, what's that saying? I'm hearing like the saying, but it doesn't want to come out of my mouth. It's not all that meets the eye. I'm just hearing like I'm going to just summarize it because I don't know why my brain can't think of the saying right now. But I'm like, it's not all that meets the eye. It's something not all that meets the eye. It's not all that meets the eye. I don't know what that means. So maybe that is just an indicator that source is telling me like, look, you're going to need to kind of just dive right into it. So I'm going to take it as that face value, right? We're going to slide your significator cards to the side and let us just go straight into this, beginning with the karma cards. You can see them kind of peeking out in the corner. So I did mention we were going to use them for this part of the reading. And how we do this, we're going to divide up the sections of cards into the houses, the signs, and the planets. We're going to give it a good shuffle, see what wants to come out. When a card does come out, you are going to notice that there are words in blue and words in red. The red is an action, like an action to take, outcome sort of thing, and this is an outcome answer. So this is the outcome answer, this is the action to take. Honestly, we're going to look at both the outcome and the action, but it depends, you know. I'll see what I'm going to do. Like right now, my gut is telling me to stick with outcome answers, but we'll see what's in store because I don't want to like stay controlling in this because I try to really let source take the lead on these readings. And I did forget to mention that the S stands for spiritual outcome, M is mental outcome, P is physical outcome, and it's the same for like the action aspect. But okay, let's just say we're going to stick with outcomes for now. Okay, so I'm going to give it a nice shuffle for each of these 3 little piles of cards, and then we're going to get into this. So what lesson is pile number 1 learning right now, regardless of when they come across this video? What lesson is pile number 1 learning right now whenever they come across this reading? Okay, we have 1 card coming out, which is the moon. And I will show you all because I can't just show you one by one because we're going to combine them in sentences. You'll see. They all combine. You're going to have planets with the signs in the house. So it's like moon and X sign in this house. Does that make sense? And you're going to read the sentence. Next up, What lesson is pile number 1 learning right now? Okay, I guess like you just got the cards, and I'm gonna go with it because it, like, normally I try to shuffle and make sure, but it landed at healing care. So on your significator cards, I feel like that's like, okay, source's way of saying, yep, like this is for them. So we have Moon in Pisces. What lesson is pile number 1 learning right now whenever they come across this reading? Thank you. And the 3rd house. Okay. So I am going to semi-zoom in for you guys just to read it. And it says Moon and Pisces in the 3rd house, if you want to write that down, okay? So for the spiritual outcome, the lesson that you're learning right now, the nurturing of spirituality to ultimately experience your ideas. The nurturing of spirituality to ultimately experience your ideas. Okay, that kind of sounds spot on. Like, it makes sense, you know, healing and care, learning how to heal and evolve, that comes through. And evolving, you know, yeah, the phases of the moon, you're showing the evolution of the moon phases. And quantum leaping, time jumping. I'm thinking of the frog for some reason, like learning how to work with the surrendering process to manifest the things you want. Okay, the mental outcome. Feelings caused by trusting your psychic knowledge of short-term thinking and trips. Okay, feelings caused by trusting your psychic knowledge of short-term thinking and trips. Okay, this is giving us a little bit of a concept. So I'm just going to sit on it for now. And then the physical outcome, reactions resulting from the indecision of or about who or what is around you. Reactions resulting from the indecision of or about who or what is around you. Moon in Pisces in the 3rd house, if that was in a natal chart for somebody, the lesson you're learning right now definitely has to do with feeling. And that makes sense for heal, right? And then not to mention we have Cancer, the sign of Cancer, the crab. That's a water sign. And I think, oh my God, I just realized the moon is ruled by Cancer. So, yeah, duh. Okay, bro, wow. I like love how like I use astrology in my everything I do. And it's like, oh, I completely forgot the most basic thing to see, you know? Okay, I just thought that was funny. So there's a lot of water sign energy here. And the frog kind of reminds me a little bit of like Piscean energy because they like to like leap big into things. And sometimes they'll leap so far without realizing where they're leaping into. And then they realize that they got themselves stuck in something and they're like, shit, like, I don't know what to do. Like, it kind of feels like there may have been a history in the past, pile number 1, where you used to talk a lot, but not actually take action towards the things you talk about. Or like you would think so grandly, like your thoughts, your visions for things were so grand that when the time would come, it would end up making you feel like empty-handed because of how grand you were thinking for it. And then like the actual outcome and the results are like different. I don't know why that's coming through, but that is like just organically what wanted to come through in my mind. Okay, so we're going to keep this to the side because Moon in Pisces in the 3rd house has a lot to do with communication, self-expression, but like also like self-care, because Moon in Pisces have a lot of trouble. They feel very heavily, like the moon loves being in the sign of Pisces, but it can be hard to navigate feelings if you don't have an outlet for them or like a support system for them. Like, I'm seeing so many beautiful things with this placement, but I'm also seeing a lot of like other avenues it can go down if it's not supported by the right things around it. Like the environment isn't, if it's not influencing this person in a good way, in a good light, it can go down the wrong route. Does that make sense? So what we're going to do is we're going to leave your karma cards up here. We're gonna move these decks away to the side. And we're gonna now start getting more information by understanding like how this lesson is showing up. And then that'll help us be able to continue to plug everything in. So to do that, we're gonna be using my Citadel deck, my Rune deck, Archetype, and my Yin Yang Oracle, okay? So I'm just gonna give it a nice shuffle and let the cards come out first, and then we'll start diving into it. So how is this lesson showing up for pile number 1? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 1? Okay. This wants to come out. Okay, so we have 2 Citadel cards. This one came upright. This one fell on the floor. Back of the deck wants to come through. We have the Archer, and it says, biding your time, planning ahead. Biding your time, planning ahead. You know what's interesting to me? This is kind of reminding me when I was talking to you about kind of like manifesting and like learning how to do it, or like self-care to get, like planning ahead, biding your time, planning ahead kind of gives me that energy of it. But then again, it's like giving me that energy of like frog, because it's like leaping, like when you shoot an arrow. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna keep going though. But this one did come upright, so it wants to be seen now. We have the Wise One with tradition and order. This is giving me Hierophant energy for tarot, the major arcana Hierophant. Tradition and order, stubbornness here. Is it for the right reasons though? Okay, let's continue. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 1? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 1? We have another card coming out upright, and it is the Sowilo rune. So the terms are success, goals achieved, honor the life force, health, a time when power will be available to you for positive changes in your life, victory, health, and success. Health came out twice. And success. Okay. A time when power will be available to you for positive changes in your life, victory, health, and success. Oh, okay. I got it. Interesting. See? Healing, care. Like, this is feeding into that. Let's keep going, though. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 1, regardless of when I come across this reading? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 1? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 1? Okay. I wanted to finish shuffling the whole deck. But interesting. Look at this card. It's upright. So it wants to be seen. We have Thief. Light attribute. Sheds light on the potential wealth within you that can never be stolen. Shadow attribute. Stealing money, creative ideas, affection, or other powers you think you lack. Interesting. Again, it's giving me this energy. This is 7 of Swords energy, but it's like not biding your time, planning ahead. Like there's strategy here. There is strategy here. I don't know if it's being learned or if you're implementing it into this lesson. I don't know, but it's smart and I like it. I like this energy. Okay. This line is kind of like, did it go like this? I don't know. We're going to keep it like this for now because I think one is upright, one is down, facing down for a reason. So we're going to keep it. We did have Thief, so we'll just keep this here for now, and then we'll move it if we need to. Last little pile to shuffle. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 1, regardless of when they are watching or listening to this reading? How is this lesson showing up for pile 1? Oh my God, I don't know why, but I'm going with it. This is crazy. I did not think I was gonna do that, but I was hearing do it in my head. So I was like, okay, Back of the deck energy is lack and doubts. Oh my God. I'm kidding. Like, I kid you not. Stealing money that you think you lack, and doubts. Tactics. What the hell? Tactics. Okay. Like, biding your time, planning ahead. What's behind that? The pathless, difficult decisions, lack of direction. Lack. There is a lack here, and it is being emphasized. But now offer. Okay. There's so many things coming through, guys. This is insane. Okay. Let me move this. Lack. So lack wanted to come through multiple times already. Lack is a big word. All the cards that are upright, let us look at them now. Okay. So these all kind of landed here. We have deception and temptation, alchemy, ancestor guides, change, and courage. The letter A and the letter C may have significance to you. And the letter L. I don't know why I'm saying that, guys. I'm just sharing what's coming through. Where do I want to put these? I'm going to zoom out really quick now. Okay, because we need space. Oops, I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm going to just move these. Okay. And then all these cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out this setup really quick. Okay. Interesting. I just realized we have space here too. Okay, there is a lot of interesting things already coming up. Before we even look at the rest, what the lesson you're learning right now is, it has a lot to do with giving yourself something that you lacked in giving yourself for quite a while. It feels as if you were going down a route in life at one point, pile number 1, that felt foggy. It felt confusing. Like, you weren't sure if you were going down a route for the right reasons, but you kind of went with it because you thought that was the right thing to do morally, I guess. But even though your heart was like uneasy about it. And I feel like you reached a point recently or months ago, something that led to this lesson to be birthed, where you realized that I don't think that I was doing this for the right reasons. Like, I don't think that this is what I really want. But what's interesting to me is I don't think this came to you like naturally. I think it came to you through like some sort of cycle you were in, or you were venting to somebody. There was something here about like it just randomly popped out of your mouth and you didn't even realize that's how you felt until like you said it, or someone asked you a question that made the answer pop up in your head. Like, it felt very out of nowhere. And you were like, whoa, like, what did I just say? Like, what did I just think of? Like, it just feels like it threw you off guard. And it made you realize a lot of things that you were doing for the wrong reasons. It shifted something in you. And this lesson that you're learning right now, that life is trying to teach you right now, has a lot to do with like what really happens when you take control back over your life. Like, you're learning a time of leadership for yourself, like stepping into like a leadership role for yourself in this life and this season of your life right now. And it definitely is like more so about stepping into a leadership for yourself that is balanced. And when I say balanced, it's like you're not just forcing yourself to work tooth and nail to get to like an outcome or something, but you're doing it in a way where it can be long lasting, long standing, sustainable. And this doesn't need to be work. This can be like exercise. This can be like a weight loss journey, a weight gain journey. It could be just some sort of goal, like endeavor that means a great deal to you, your mental health, your physical health, like your overall well-being. It means a lot to you, and it's important to you, and it's hard. I'm hearing that it's hard. Like there might be moments in the journey where you start second guessing yourself. You start asking yourself, like, is this really how I feel? Like, what if I just half-assed it? Excuse my language. What if I just half-assed it? Like, would I still get the same result? I don't know what it is. It's like something here about trying to skip steps kept coming through since the beginning. And that was another reason why I was thinking of like the frog in relation to Pisces, because they have their head so high in the clouds sometimes from a wounded state perspective when they're not like grounded in anything. And it's interesting, you know, Pisces, when it comes to the body parts, they rule the feet. Your feet are the thing that are always in contact with the ground when you're walking, right? So, but when there's a lack of awareness of your feet and their contact with the ground, you're going to get in your head a little bit too much. So it's like when Pisces is in a healed state, like they're supposed to be able to be in that cloud-like atmosphere, ethereal energy of theirs, but still have a grounded perspective to be able to bring those things into their reality. And they're, in a way, one of the most powerful signs if they were able to know how to master that ability, which kind of feels like your lesson has a lot to do with what I'm talking about. But maybe that's why the Piscean energy keeps coming through. Well, it makes sense because the Pisces, but with the frog, it's like they hop and it feels like you're trying to skip steps. You're trying to get there as quickly as possible. Maybe that's why biding your time, planning ahead is coming through, because you are trying to have a sense of control for the time you have left to get to this goal. But that's adding more like pressure to things. Rose tinted glasses. Why is that energy coming through? Okay, I think now is where I want to look at these other three yin yang oracles, and then we'll look here, okay? So the card that wants to come through first is the one in the middle. We have celebration, gifts, and abundance. Next up, we have Leo, Aries, and Sagittarius with fire and ace. So there's the beginning of a passion. Fire, fire, sparks. And then the last one on the end is, again, fulfillment and wish. There is a light, 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 light. Fulfillment and wish. Suidio. Is success, goals achieved, honor, the life force. Yeah, fire is life force energy, Ace of Wands. Okay. Vitality is the fire signs. It's interesting. You see how this is like its own energy, but then it's a completely different energy, right? It feels, that's why I'm like slowly unraveling all of these. Like, yeah, like I said, you're trying to get somewhere. You're learning how to get somewhere with grace right now. Like the lesson that life is trying to teach you is how to enjoy it, how to enjoy the journey. Remember I was mentioning about sustainability, like how can you do the goal, get to the endeavor with consistency? I'm going to take a sip of my water. It feels like the life lesson and how this lesson is showing up has a lot to do with your way of doing things for yourself right now. Like, how are you showing up for yourself every day when you get out of bed in the morning? How are you showing up for your meals? How are you showing up in the moments where you used to lack the most awareness now? Like then versus now. I feel like there's some weird, like self-reflective energy here that wants to come through. Maybe you're being kind of guided to. Citadel wants to be revealed. So we have in reverse the Waker with awareness and reflection. Didn't I just freaking talk about? Wow. I'm actually creeped out. That actually creeps me out. That creeped me out. Did that creep you out? Because that creeped me out. Let me know in the comments. I am creeped out. I'm trying not to cuss, guys. I don't know what is up with my big mouth today. I'm starting to stay grounded. I literally said these two words in the same sentence. I am so creeped out, and it was in reverse. What are the freaking odds, dude? Like, I literally did not know what this card said. I am so creeped out. I have goosebumps. What the hell? Okay. Doesn't seem to, I literally have done this readings for a year plus on YouTube. I still get shook every single time because it's just like, okay, thank you for giving me that reassurance. But like at the same time, I bet you get shook too when I get shook. I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. Okay, I'm feeling crazy just like you. Okay. Sorry, I gotta calm down. The waker. So the I is standing out here. The I here, the wise one. The waker, awareness, reflection, but it came in reverse. And there's like these 3 little drops. For some reason, these 3 little drops that are standing out in this eye are like giving me this idea of like an eye that won't blink. Like it forgot to blink and then it started tearing up and burning. You ever did that? I've done it. And you're trying to like this, you're in this position right now. It's showing up in your life on this journey where you're trying to get the most trust right now on your endeavors. You're in a position where you're trying to learn how to have faith and keep on going and doing things consistently, steadily is what I'm hearing. And that's something that was hard for you, or it was hard for you in the past. Maybe you used to start things and then never finish them through. I'm literally picturing ADHD head, like brain, because I have ADHD. And this kind of feels like ADHD, like 70% done, never finish the other 30% again. It kind of feels like that. But this is something that's so important to you that like you're trying not to be that way. But the thing about it is the consistency part, retraining your brain, right? There is anxiety here because you're not acknowledging those little victories that you've already succeeded at along the way so far. And you're still too focused on the end goal, the outcome, that you're letting all those things pass you by. Let me see what the Citadel booklet says for the Waker here, because I feel very called to read it because it came out in the reverse position. So let me see if I can get it. Okay, the Waker in reversed. Oh, okay, great. It has a reversed part. So the Waker reversed is someone who's spent so long focusing on the outside world that they've neglected to address the inner. By focusing on external events, you've been ignoring what your body is telling you for too long, and your own personal world is out of balance. Exactly. How are you feeling, and what is the source of those feelings? Use those critical thinking skills for some important self-reflection. Number 6 is coming through. Okay. I literally was just talking about this, so I'm really tripped out. Like, I literally spoke about it before I took the card over. Okay. Number 6, though. The fact that this, the page that it landed on was number 51, adding to 5 and 1 equals 6. 6 is about, like, energy exchange, right? Give and take. Being able to give yourself to a point where at the end of the day, you still feel whole. This doesn't need to be with a person, pile number 1. This can be with your endeavor. This could be with the goal. There is an imbalance. And I was literally talking about trying to find a balance and consistency in your goals, right? So it does feel like that message keeps coming through. Because of that, I'm going to reveal these final little sets of cards, and we're going to piece everything together, see if it keeps repeating, because then, you know, we have more things to dive into, and I want to make sure that I hold space to be able to dive into each of these things at a good time. So next up here, we're going to read these pairings together. We have trust and divine time. So yes, again, adding emphasis to that, like learning how to trust. But is this card in reverse? Yes. So it says guide. You got the archetype guide, but because it is in reverse, we are just going to look at the shadow attribute of the guide card. Places financial gain and control over, imparting spiritual insight. Places financial gain and control over, imparting... Okay, now I'm curious to see the light attribute. Represents the nature of the divine in life and in yourself. Guide. Places financial gain and control over, imparting spiritual insight. Okay, I think I understand this actually. Oh, you guys are gonna hate me. I feel like this is such like the lesson that's coming through is a lesson that so many people hate hearing about. And I feel like you guys who pick this pile are one of those people that probably listen to pick a cards a lot, and you're always trying to get answers or updates on this specific situation. The reason why I'm saying that is because exactly what's coming through, and all these cards are showing me this, like this moon in Pisces too in the 3rd house is also this ideology of impatience here. There's a essence of it, an emphasis on that, because you keep, like moon in Pisces people, I feel like they have this ability to really connect to their intuition very empathically, very intuitively, very intelligently. Like they are very connected. They are good at it. But what gets to them is recognizing that they are not there yet. Like when they get out of the daydreamy energy, they're like, oh shit, like this is actually where I am. And I'm not fully there yet. Like I'm still here. I think I'm all the way over here. I'm not yet. No. And it keeps messing with their heads. I don't know if you guys use social media a lot. There's this feeling of like maybe you're putting, like the pressure is coming from an external thing that you're doing. Like it's internalized in the sense that you're absorbing it or feeding off of the energy of the external thing. So I'm like picturing someone on their phone and they're like doom scrolling, or they're watching really cool videos of people like being successful and having the life of their dreams, and you're just there like looking at it and you can't stop because you're like, oh damn, like I wish that was me right now. And you probably don't say it to yourself, but you're like, it's a subconscious thing. And it gets repressed, it gets absorbed. That's information you're putting into your brain. It's subconscious, like you're teaching yourself subconsciously all these beliefs and narratives. And then what happens? It gets reflected out into what you put out, your goals, your endeavors, how you show up. And you get too hard on yourself because of it. There are so many things we're celebrating right now. And I feel like ancestor guides, the word guide, you had guide, you have been exactly where you're meant to be right now. But that frustrates you. Why are you so frustrated? Stealing money, places financial gain and control. Why do you keep feeling like you're not doing enough? I understand trying to be as prepared as possible. Like that makes sense to me. I think that there's more that wants to be said, and that's why I'm like questioning everything. So let's just look at the last little two cards. So the cards that go together here for the final Yin Yang Oracle is messages and dreams. Head in the clouds, literally Piscean energy. And then prostitute. Okay, wow, money. Maybe this has to do with your goals, career. Light attribute accentuates the challenge of surviving without negotiating the power of your spirit. Shadow attribute places material considerations and security above self-empowerment. That makes so much sense. And then this comes along with messages and dreams. That's what you're learning. This is literally, do you not see the relevance of everything that we have looked at so far, guys? This is trippy stuff. Out of all the archetypes that you're meant to learn. Okay, that was a joke. That was a joke. Respectfully was a joke. Okay. Make your money. Light attribute accentuates the challenge of surviving without negotiating the power of your spirit. Like I said, you're learning how to have, like, remember I said, if you're putting out a lot, like the number 6, you need to make sure that you still feel whole at the end of the day. If you don't, then there is an imbalance. There is something going on here. And it feels like you're learning. Like this is showing up in your life, teaching you literally what happens if you put too much output and you don't get enough back. And maybe you're getting physical symptoms from it as well. Like, for example, for me, when I was going through a lot of burnout and I wasn't listening to my body and I was trying to bypass my nervous system basically 24/7 to when I first started my Hips and Heels journey, my business, and YouTube, my hair was falling out, okay? I couldn't sleep. My relationships were getting impacted because I was snapping, and it's hard to get connected emotionally, vulnerably, intimately, like when you're in that survival state of mind with yourself and with those you love. It feels as if you're on this journey of learning that you don't have to sacrifice those things to get what you want, but you kept thinking you had to or have to. But I feel like that's a punishment you're putting onto yourself because of like the past, something that may have happened, like you're disappointed at yourself about. I don't know, why are you so hard on yourself? It feels like there's something from the past that is like driving these actions. And okay, this is where I think we need to know the next part, right? Why is this lesson happening now and what it's preparing you for? So let's pull out my handy dandy Law of Attraction tarot cards, okay? I did feel called to use this tarot deck for the piles today, for this question in particular. So I am very curious to see what it's going to say. So why is this lesson happening now for pile number 1? Why is this lesson happening now for pile number 1? Regardless of when they are listening to this reading, it's a timeless reading. I don't know how many cards I got, but the back of the deck energy is the Two of Swords. So there is indecision here, but I'm also hearing more so about choice. And the energies that are being shown to me in this image, the reason why I'm looking at it so intensely is because the Law of Attraction deck has a lot of its own interpretations for each of the meanings and the symbols of each of the cards, in comparison to typical Rider-Waite-Smith meaning of tarot. So I'm using, in my head, the typical Rider-Waite-Smith, but I'm also looking at the imagery, and for some reason this is screaming choice. And I'm picturing these two things as not being two separate beings, but two versions of yourself and two different ways on how to do something. This card just fell out. It's the Chariot. How to do something, it's the goal you're trying to chase. That came through. Okay. This card fell out, so that is the Significator card. Let me just see the number of cards we have here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, perfect. This is pairing with that. We are going to move your Significator cards so I can place the Significator energies of the tarot over here. And we're going to place them over here. I'm sorry if you guys can't see them, but I needed to make space. Okay. So we are going to now start piling the tarot on top of here, okay? Just so you guys are aware. Okay. So, first up, we have the Lovers. I literally was just talking about choice, dude. Like, the Lovers is about choice. But being torn, there's a split here. Gemini, the twins, right? Gemini is ruled by the Lovers, if you didn't understand what that meant. But alchemy. Okay, now I understand that. Next up, we have the Empress. Oh, no. Is it the Empress? I think it is the Empress. Yeah, it is the Empress. Okay. Manifesting. Yeah. Empress, Moon in Pisces, 3rd house. Like, literally. Okay. They have this ability to connect to their highest self. Like, that natal chart placement. Thirdly, we have the Tower. And then lastly, before we pause, we have Justice. You have all 4 of your first cards are 5 major arcana. This fell out. Justice. Choice. And I love the depiction here because this adds more fire to it. Like, there is, remember, I don't know if I mentioned this already. I feel like I did. I was talking about how, like, I felt like you were learning how to implement logic into here, strategy. Remember, I kept bringing up that word earlier? Why is this lesson happening now? Let me open and get this first significator, because I feel like for this first row, it is the overlying energy influencing all the cards. I cannot pick this up. My nails are too short. Ugh. Okay. 9 of Swords. Okay. This is influencing this first top row. Okay, the energy is being plugged into all this cards, the first 4 cards, okay? Just so you guys know where I'm heading. The 9 of Swords. And I was thinking about the number 9 earlier, autonomy, because I was thinking about the number 6, 5 and 1 add to 6. 6 and 9 are like kind of visuals of each other, and I just realized the Cancer symbol looks like 6 and 9. The ability to make sure that while you do the things that you do, you're learning how to continue to keep choosing yourself over and over. No matter how long it takes to get there, you keep showing up for you. Equally, fairly, sustainably, consistently is very important. And this lesson is happening now for you because, okay, remember I was saying at the beginning, it felt like you would always talk about things but not fully do them or you would half booty do them. It kind of feels like you're realizing that in life you can't do things that way for this particular goal. Maybe you naturally, I don't know, this might not resonate with everybody, warning, but if it does, I'm going to share it, right? Because I'm letting Source just share everything that wants to come through. Maybe some of you guys were very lucky in life. Like, you tend to be really fortunate. You kind of felt like Source was guiding you along the way in your life for a good chunk of it. Maybe you were raised into trusting in Source, surrendering to the process. Maybe your parents or whoever brought you up was spiritual or was into some woo-woo things, or there's something here about being very connected in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it's religion. I don't know. It could be any of the things I shared. Something that made it feel like magic existed for a moment. And it led you to feeling like you could get everything you want in this life. And that is true. You know that. Like, there is a part of you, pile number one, that wholeheartedly believes, yep, I felt like cutting the deck, Knight of Pentacles. You know that you can get the thing that you want in this life as long as you keep following your heart, following your dreams. And I love that. But you also learned something else. There's this feeling of, you know you have what it takes. You know you can do it. But then there's another part of you that doubts very, very heavily. But that doubt isn't the real you. It's only this thing that comes out to mess with you when you let the thoughts kind of simmer or roam around in your head. And for some reason, I'm hearing at night specifically. Or another thing that's coming through is when you're trying to make a game plan or like a to-do list or figure things out, it's like you freeze before the pencil can hit the page. It's like, okay, what do I do? And then you get overwhelmed and you shut down. Like, there's this feeling of overthinking the heck out of things to the point of like no return, where when you try to go back to it, it's like you'll start Monday, you'll start the next. And I don't know what happened. It just feels like something happened where you had to learn this in a way that made your faith wobble a little bit. And so now you're really trying to make sure that the way that you do things with this endeavor, this goal, whatever this might be for you, plug it in, you're not going to make the same mistakes. And I'm hearing like the word mistakes wants to come out when I said that, right? I said the word mistakes, but in the back of my head, that came out of my brain, like, you know, when you're thinking out loud in your head, I heard failures as I literally said mistakes verbally, like out loud to you guys. So it's like there's this other little voice in you that is so hard on you, but I don't even think it's yours. I think this has to do with like an upbringing, like a person in your life that had a lot of influence over your life, or maybe they still do. It feels like there's this energy here that isn't yours that's trying to come through as well, and it's so weird because I can tell it's not you guys. Pile number one, it feels like it's an external source, like it's trying to like creep into your own narratives. It's trying to mold you into whatever it wants of you, expects of you, and you never given it permission. It kind of lives a little rent-free in your head sometimes. And I think you're also learning how to have so much trust in this, to the sense that you don't need to share so much of the information to everyone you know or you're close to, because then they'll tell you things before the idea is tangible or you're actually planting the seed, and then it makes you overthink it to the point of no return where you're like not sure what to do anymore. And so you're on this like stage of it where you're just trying to be perfect or get everything done before you can start or launch or do the thing. I don't know what it is. It just feels like you're trying to refine. But what about the actual taking action part? And this lesson is happening right now because you can't just keep planning anymore. Like, you need to start, like, eventually, you know, karma here is on you. Okay, the other 4 cards want to come through. I feel like it's going to help give us more clarity on everything. So the card going underneath the Lovers is this the Queen of Swords? I think this is the Queen of Swords. Next up, we have the Seven of Swords. I knew the Seven of Swords was going to come up eventually. And that's under the Empress. Yeah, strategic, planning. Yeah, creating, but like creating to the point where you're overly cautious, and it's right underneath deception, right on top of deception and temptation. The number 777 may be of significance. Next up, we have the Page of Wands. Okay, the Page of Wands. And then we have the Three of Pentacles. Okay, yeah, again, that comes through again. I think you were sharing a little bit too much of this. Like, you're learning what to share and what not to share and when to share it, because too much is overshadowing how you want things to happen. And then the other card that's adding more emphasis to the second row, it's influencing all those 4 cards at the bottom, is the Three of Wands. And this is also going to be pairing along with the Nine of Swords and 3. Yes, exactly. Planning ahead, biding your time, planning ahead, right there. Okay. There's more emphasis here. So why is this lesson happening now? More to give you. It's happening now because you have been oversharing or wishing too much upon a shooting star. This is me. I'm very metaphorical, keep in mind. You've been wishing upon a shooting star for this thing to happen. You're trying to make it happen. As you're trying to make it happen, you have a lot of people that you're close to. Maybe it's siblings, maybe it's family member, it could be a close friend. It just feels like there is somebody here. And they are giving their 2 cents about this. Now I get why this thing, because it's making you get really torn. Like, you're not sure how to go about this because people are really trying to share their views on things. This wants to cut, so I'm going to give it a chance. The Sleeper, cause and effect and clarity. Yeah. The unknown, a journey. Like, at the end of the day, you're not going to know where this thing takes you. You can only prepare so much. But if you don't actually take a step, pile number 1, you're never going to know. And you'll never know until you try. And until you give it your best shot. And I'm telling you right now, this is coming from personal experience. It feels like you're kind of on this journey here, learning that you're just supposed to take the step and to stop trying to make everything as perfect as possible. I used to be the same way. And in a way, this is kind of what procrastinators deal with, because a lot of people, they misunderstand procrastinators. Procrastinators are just people that are trying to be as perfect as flipping possible for the thing that they're trying to achieve, that they fear that they won't make it. So they keep avoiding it. They keep putting it off because they want it to be the best. And so they put so much pressure on themselves to make it as good as they possibly can, blood, sweat, and tears, that they'll keep putting it off because of how much pressure. Like, I kind of feel like I repeated it, so I'm sorry what I just said. But you're doing that to yourself. And the more you talk about it with people but not actually take action, it's not 333. It's not benefiting you. And that is also 3 plus 3 plus 3 adds to 9. 999 may be of significance to you. All the repeating numbers that I always share in my readings, guys, please write them down. Look up the meanings of them in your own time. They have extra messages for you, okay? Depending on when I say the repeating numbers in my readings, plug in the message of the number, meaning, into the part that I was talking about. Does that make sense? Like, it's associated with. So I just mentioned 999 now and 333. So this would be plugged in with what I was just talking about moments ago. But that's about change and that's about autonomy. And then I'm thinking about the Holy Trinity in like a pyramid. And now I'm thinking about the mystery behind how the pyramids were made. Ancient pyramids. And there's like mystery here, mystery energy that keeps coming through again. That mystery, you're not supposed to know everything before you start. And I think you've been trying to force it so much that you've given yourself headaches, your hair is falling out, you're not eating. There's a lack of something here that you're not getting health-wise in your life. Because of this challenge. You're really trying to be as cutthroat as possible with yourself. No tomfoolery is what I'm hearing. No horsing around. And you're doing a good job. Like, I guess in a way I am proud of you because maybe in the past you weren't like this towards yourself. But you're now learning that there's a balance that you got to do to meet yourself halfway. The middle lining of like flowing and being disciplined or doing all the things. And you can have both, and you need to marry these two things in order to really get what you want. The number 7 is also coming through, and I believe 7s are about spiritual growth, but also like 777 I know is about spiritual growth, but that's also the 7th house. The 7th house is ruled by Libra, but for some reason I keep looking at Cancer. I was going to say the 7th house is ruled by Cancer. So why is Cancer in the 7th house coming through? Is it because you're trying to defend this with all your might because you're so passionate about it, but you're trying not to show people how scared you actually are? Like, this is a vision that tops all the other visions you've ever had for yourself. Like, this is something you want so bad. And maybe that's why, but like, everyone around you doesn't, like, they're not on this journey, you are. Okay, let me see what this is preparing you for, because I think we shared everything we could here. It's like you're learning how to, like, get people involved and when not to get people involved. I don't know. There's something here that you're definitely learning on when to, like, let your intuition kind of guide you versus when to let the logic guide you. It's a lot to do with this or that, this and that. Doing this, but then doing that as well. There's a lot of that. Okay. But this definitely is being shown up in your personal journey of like growth of some kind, evolution of some kind, something you're trying to attain or gain for yourself, achieve, an endeavor. Okay, so what is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? I have a couple decks here we're going to be pulling from right now. So what is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for, regardless of when they watch this reading? What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? Okay, so we have 1 card. What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? Okay. Back of the deck wants to be seen. Death. I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. Well, the Tower card did come through, so there was a breakthrough. Like, you learned how to not do it a certain way, and now it's like time to get back up and do it the right way, but you're scared. 3, yeah, 3rd house. I get it now. 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, collaboration, but how to use it in the right way. Distant thunder. Clear the air. Okay. Let me keep pulling. What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? Regardless of when they watch this video, what lesson is this preparing pile number 1 for? Okay. And then the other little deck. What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for, regardless of when they watch this reading or listen to it? Timeless reading. What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? Okay, we got a lot of cards that came out here. Back of the deck wants to be seen. We have Rabbit. Too much concern with X matters. How to do it. How to do it. Rabbit is about fertility, right? This is giving me the implication of like how to do it, how you're going to do it. You don't need to know everything right now, pile number 1. And not anything outside of you is going to have all those answers either. And if they do, then they are trying to take advantage of your vulnerability here because they know how desperate you're looking for those answers right now. I want to make that very clear. Okay, the last little deck we're going to shuffle here for this part, and then we're going to look at all the cards. What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for, regardless of when they watch this reading or listen to it? It's a timeless reading. What is this lesson preparing pile number 1 for? Let the card fall out. Thank you. Back of the deck is abundance. Lucky times are ahead of you, along with good news, success, and prosperity. Okay. This landed here. These landed here. I'm trying to keep everything where it landed. This landed here. These landed here on the Page of Wands. And this landed over the Justice and the 3 of Pentacles. Failure. I was talking about this. I understand that a mistake is only an opportunity to learn. I understand that a mistake is only an opportunity to learn. You're learning, balancing the scales. Next up for the Sacred Traveler deck, we have landing on the Seven of Swords here. In between the Seven of Swords and Queen of Swords, we have overcoming obstacles. You can overcome anything. Exactly. Resilience, it's teaching you resilience, consistency, the ability to keep persevering. And then landing on top of the Page of Wands and the Tower, we have Star, guaranteed success, and Horseshoe, good luck. Didn't I talk about luck and fortune? I'm tripping out, guys. And then the other tea leaves, they all kind of landed in a jumble by the Fulfillment, and then also by Divine Timing and Trust, and the Guide card with Shadow Attribute, places financial gain and control over imparting spiritual insight. We have Harp, great happiness. Pale, time to get out of a situation. And Flute, disappointment in a friend or a lover. Okay, there's a person in the mix for sure. And then under Fulfillment, Cup, you should accept valid criticism. And Bouquet, compliments from an admirer. Like I said, people's like opinions or things, like it could be criticism, it could be like you're trying to get too much reassurance from outside things when you should already know that this is going to happen because you feel it in your freaking bones already. Pile number one, you feel it in your freaking bones, but you keep doubting it. You keep thinking that you're like, there is this part of you you're fighting, and the only reason why it's there still is because it's been there longer than the one version of you you've been molding on this journey of trying to mold. What is here sideways? We have Snake, number 28, adding to 10. Your intuition and healing powers will guide you to a better path. Just be careful. And it landed on the Wise One, Tradition and Order, sideways. Okay, I am going to now read the Wise One, Tradition and Order, because I feel like it wants to plug the message from the booklet into the Snake message. So let's do that together. Okay, the Wise One. A fire burns in the hearth, a russet fox slumbering before its warmth. Peace hangs over the room like a blanket, and by the window the Wise One consults a book and crushes a handful of leaves into a bowl. Though others may be wilder and more experimental, the Wise One acts on the knowledge learned from their predecessors. They know the way things have always been done. Organization and rhythm rule the day. It's time to suppress that creative streak and accept pre-established convention. Take the time to study those who have gone before you. There is plenty to be learned from previous attempts. The greatest knowledge is derived from the experiences of those who have done this before. That gives me Hierophantine energy. Again. Oh, maybe that's why it was giving me that, because stubbornness. So maybe this is also, like learning when and when not to implement people into your journey or this endeavor, but knowing what's like good information and what's not good information. And that's why you're still overthinking this part, because you're learning how to discern truth with your truth that has to do with your journey. Because what they're saying could still be truth, but it might not apply to the truth of your journey. Does that make sense? And you're going to know. You're going to have those nudges, those feelings. When something doesn't sit right with you that someone else is saying, you don't just go with it because they're telling you to, because it's your life and it's leading you where you want it to. Do you not get what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, you're not going to be disappointed with the places and the paths that your heart's asking of you. You're going to feel like you still were true to yourself regardless. And remember I said it's about like the balance, being able to like give, but still at the end of the day, always feel whole in yourself. And there's a lack of that, then you know that you're taking too much from other people's opinions and you're not doing what you wanted. You're learning how to apply people and when to apply people in your situation. Your intuition and healing powers will guide you, care and heal, to a better path. Just be careful. You're on the journey. You're doing everything right, pile number one. But
it's just preparing you so that you can get to where you want to be and be able to learn how to like navigate these heavy waters with these other people involved, because maybe they don't have to do with the journey itself, and maybe these are like videos you watch. This could be like resources you're using. Like you're trying to gain knowledge from others to help you on this journey, and you're trying to learn what knowledge is useful and what isn't. You're gonna know what's useful and what isn't the more you listen to your inner knowing, is what I'm trying to say. I'm hearing some of you guys in my head say how. Okay, so we're gonna look at that in this reading. Like we're gonna look at one way to integrate this lesson, right, into your life. So let us keep going and let's see the resistance and block around the lesson more, because I feel like that's gonna help us get to understand this even better. So to do that, we're just gonna be pulling from this deck. Sorry, I just totally had a brain fart. My past lives deck. So what is the resistance or block around this lesson for pile number 1? Okay, so back of the deck, conscripted, warrior, conscripted. I don't know what that word means. So when I use these cards, I only look at the words that are facing upright, like to me, okay? But what's interesting is we have these cards. Did you see them land like this? So I'm just gonna flip them over. Trauma, disaster, Central or South America, exile, natural disaster. Oh, we have 3. Becoming more natural, World War age, miscarried or died at birth. Disaster, drowning, magic-based faith. Okay. Exile, esoteric. Exactly. You're using pick a card. Maybe you're using pick a cards a lot. There's so many different ways I can plug this in. But these landed separate. So let me see. We have destroyer, destruction, fool. Deceived or betrayed, grandchild, forced conversion. Yeah. I'm just hearing there's a certain way to do things that you were taught. And that wasn't the way that works for you. And you're like doubting it still. You want to believe that what you have to, like, okay, so the resistance or block around the lesson has a lot to do with like an identity that maybe you used to put on yourself that you know isn't who you are, and you're trying to break away from that mold. And that's the hard part, being able to break away from that without stepping on other people's toes, stepping into this new beginning and like this change in your life without stepping on other people's toes. That has a lot to do with the resistance here. And learning how to like fall in love with your real you. There was this mask that you used to put on to do this at first, and it didn't work out. And so like you're now learning that you have to do things the right way, quote unquote, whatever right means to you, depending on your situation. Like put things into your situation, plug them in, okay? But because of that, there is this fear of how it turns out because of what everyone else was telling you. But it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks. What matters is how you see them, is how you're like looking at everything around you and how you're sensing things coming out. Like what is making sense? What makes sense to you is what matters, not what everyone is saying makes sense or should make sense. There's this feeling, what does conscripted mean? The word is bothering me, but it's here. I'm going to look it up really quick, guys. What does conscripted mean? Okay, conscripted. Okay, we're going to find that out right now. We're checking. Okay. Conscripted means being compelled or enlisted into service by law or authority, usually into the military, to force someone to join the armed forces, typically through a government draft or compulsory enlistment. Conscripted equals drafted into service, not volunteered. Yeah, like forcefully. Forced conversion, forcefully. Conscripted, yeah, like were you forced into something that had to do with others? And it's like you believe some of the things, but not all of it. And like you're trying to choose what resonates with you right now to go on this journey. But I feel like there's a lot of frustration here, pile number 1, that you carry because of this. Because it's like You're really trying not to step on other people's toes, but you also don't want to step on your own toes. And this lesson is learning how to navigate these kind of like little hectic, complex waters. There's a complex situation here with people, pile number one. But source and like life, the lesson you're learning right now has a lot to do with learning how to navigate these waters with yourself in mind and being your top most important priority during the entire process. This has to do with the goals you're trying to attain being your utmost priority, your mental health, your well-being overall, your physical, your inner world, everything. Like, you are your top priority as you go on the journey. Are you your top priority then? When you're feeling tired, do you stop, or do you keep going past the point of no return until you reach burnout? Because then that's not showing up for yourself on this journey. Like, do you not get what I'm trying to say? Like, this is what this lesson has a lot to do with. And the block and resistance has to do with how you were raised, what you were told, how things should be done. And I'm hearing blind faith. I was picturing prayer hands in my head, like this, like someone kneeling and they're like over something praying. Was there like a blind faith? I don't know if you were raised seeing that a lot, and that's why like trusting kind of scares you now, because you saw too much of it and it felt like kind of toxic. Like maybe you put the label toxic on it, and so it frustrated. Like, I hope you understand why this reading is so like a little bit all over the place, because it really feels like this situation is so unique to you. So it's like I said, plug in what resonates and leave what doesn't. Let me see. Okay, what we're going to be doing now to move into one way to start integrating this is I have my unveiled tarot deck here. I'm going to just shuffle, let the cards come out and see what, like, I'm just going to kind of leave an open for all to let source kind of just come through and share what wants to be shared right now. Okay. So I'm not even going to ask. I'm just going to say for pile number one. Okay. For pile number one. Oh my God. Okay. This one and this one and these two and this one. Okay. Back of the deck is the Nine of Pentacles. You see, like, the Nine of Pentacles is about someone who's living in the world of their own creation. Like, they're really proud of what they've accomplished. There's so much abundance. There's so much greenery and beauty here. But then you see the other perspective here with her face in the box. But it's like caged. It's dark clouds, skies, and there's like a little bit of heaviness here. With all this gain, there's still heaviness. And imagery is coming up a lot. Like this feeling of how to show up, how to perform, how to be portrayed, a mask and ideology here. There's this sense of being trapped, but you don't need to feel like you shouldn't feel trapped. It's weird. Like, people are putting things in your head on how to feel, what not to feel, and it's not fair to you. Okay, so we have a card that did fall out. So I think this one wants to be seen last. So I'm going to place that over here. These cards came out in a pile on this way. So I think they want to be seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 together, lying out this way. And then these two are kind of crossed. So I'm going to kind of layer them as so here. This landed here. Okay. So we're going to be looking at these first. Actually, let's look at this one first together, and then we'll look at the 5. So we have, did this go? This came back reverse. We do have the Page of Swords in reverse. And this is landing on the Chariot upright. Or I placed it there, but I just did it intuitively. So Page of Swords in reverse. Some of you feel like you know it all already. Like I said, the situation is so complex because all of you guys have your own individual situations going on. But for some of you guys, you feel like you know it all already and you don't want to listen to what other people have to say. That's something coming through. The other cards coming through is the Hermit. Nines. Do you not see the number 9? Okay. 9 of Pentacles and then Hermit, 9. We have the Page of Cups.
The Strength card.
Strength card came out another time earlier, and then we had Change and Courage at the bottom. Last two is Temperance. So many major arcana cards. Like, this is a big lesson that's going to shift the whole trajectory of your life in the most beautiful of ways, with the good luck and the star that came out earlier. Guaranteed success. And then lastly, we have the Queen of Pentacles. Again, another person that's living in the life of her own making, and it took a long time for her to become the queen. She's generous, but she also makes sure she's always filling up her cup first before she shows up for others in her loving and generous way. Image keeps coming through here at the end. Look at the Queen of Pentacles, but then there's like that suit that's so empowering. I love it. That's a sexy card. Okay. And then I just realized upright, sideways, we do have the Magician. We're going to see what it's influencing card-wise here that's crossed over. But this feels like this is like advice, but this is like the main thing coming through. So Hermit, Page of Cups, Strength, Temperance, Queen of Pentacles. So I feel like the Page of Swords in reverse, what I shared, some people think you know it all, like that's going to resonate with some of you guys that pick this, like a handful of you guys. This is another message coming for the other handful of people that pick this pile, okay? I don't know if that makes sense, because these two are not the same message that's coming through in my head. For this one, what I'm seeing here, ignore my little pig fuzzy socks, please. What I'm seeing here is the ones who listen to people too much and it holds them back from being able to like start something, or they stall too much, like they overthink too hard, they start doubting, they try to get messages too much from information on the outside, it's overwhelming their brain, it shuts them down before they even have a chance to begin. You're being called by a source to start going inside. Like, go on this inner journey where you don't let yourself get information on the when or the how. Let that stay a question mark for now. Because what matters is that you show up for you and you tame that part of your head that's constantly looking for answers. The Pisces in the third house. Because Pisces is in the third house with that moon in Pisces at the beginning of your reading, it's like you can easily get stuck in a spiral of trying to know when, but then you got the when and then you want to know when again, tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the day after that. But Source is asking you to just start meeting them halfway now. There's alchemy, integration coming in, temperance with the Queen of Pentacles. It's like to reach your goals, you have to walk the walk, not just talk the talk or be told it. It's time to go in your inner world, shape your inner world to how you want your outer world to look, because it feels like there's still a little bit of an imbalance there, given how much you've given, but not given or taken back for yourself. I really hope this is all making sense, guys. I'm just reading how Source wants me to. Okay, now we're going to look at the Magician sideways here. And then the card that's crossing over it is the Two of Pentacles. So the Magician and then the Two of Pentacles, they're like this. Oops. So the Two of Pentacles and the Magician. You are capable of doing this. Pile number one. There's this feeling of like still this doubt, and you're going to know you're on the right path if you made it to this reading. That's a fact that's coming through. But also because I really feel like a lot of you guys were like listening to other readings about the situation, or maybe a couple weeks ago, like you guys were obsessing trying to figure out problems to this. Like the fact that you guys have so much information on this topic, I don't know how you gained it or got it. But what I'm hearing is like you already have everything that you need in front of you, and you keep thinking you don't, but you're like a ticking time bomb waiting to happen literally because you're not starting. Like, just start. Trust me when I say this, you are so much more savvy than you realize at this situation. And the only thing that's holding you back is your ability to stay patient during the process. And that's really, really important when it comes to any big endeavor or goal we're trying to attain for ourselves. Especially the things that are worth it the most in life. They take their time to come to fruition and flourish. And that's why you got to find the emotional fulfillment during the journey, not just the destination. Don't make your destination the whole thing.
of this thing you're going through. How can you enjoy your journey right now?
And I feel like this is a similar message that I've been like had to do a reading for before. So if you guys have been with my channel for a while and you guys like recognize what's coming through, please share with me in the comments. Like, I love to be part of the conversation and I want to hold space for you guys. You know, this is a safe space. I tend to talk very bluntly and straightforward. It's just how I speak. But at the end of the day, you know, I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, and, you know, I want you guys to know that you have a friend in me. Okay, so I do send you a lot of love. Now, the final little card that came here that landed on top of the Waker in reverse is the King of Wands. Okay, yes, like having the destination and then just going for it, going to go take charge and stepping into your power in that way. That's what wants to come through right now. Waking up to your power, waking up to the leader that you've always been and becoming the right leader for your life now. That kept coming through earlier and now it's coming through again. I love this for you. With that, let us now get the final little cards up here to finish up your reading. And we're going to be looking at one way to start integrating this. And it might be one way, it might be multiple. We'll see, because as you saw, we have a couple different situations. So you cherry picked, right, what resonated and you leave what didn't. So we may get more than one thing because of how complex all these different situations are. So we're going to be using my Sacred Creator deck. We're going to be reading the booklet for that. And then also at the end, we're going to be pulling out an affirmations card for you guys and a clarifying life situations cards, just for some final messages from Source, or what Source wants you to walk away with this reading with in your mind. Okay. So, sorry, I just dropped those. What is one way to integrate this lesson for pile number one, regardless of when they are listening to this reading? If this is a timeless reading. What is the best way to integrate this lesson for pile number one? I'm going to shuffle one more time. What is the best way to integrate this lesson for pile number one? Okay. So we have Sacred Mirrors with the number 33. These cards landed crossed over like this. We have Lead Your Metamorphosis. And then under it is Success and Transformation. Metamorphosis, Transformation. The number 13 is the Death card. That is beautiful. Remember, you had it as the back of the deck. I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. Lead your metamorphosis, success and transformation. Lead. Become your own leader. We don't need to read this, but Sacred Mirrors. I was talking about mirrors earlier, so I am very curious to see what the booklet says for this card. Sacred Mirrors.
Okay. So the essential meanings. Seeing the divinity in others, knowing more about yourself by sharing your gifts and talents, finding kindred souls on a similar path, collaborative opportunities, being seen, witnessing sacred evolution, connectedness, oneness, your place among the stars, self-care message, egoism, being overly bothered by traits in others, allowing someone to push your buttons, allowing another's journey to affect your self-worth, not recognizing the lessons that other people can give you. Sacred mirrors are all around. We are connected to other souls on this planet, and every single interaction, no matter how great or how tiny, can carry a message or a meaning. Just as you can only really understand the concept of light when you've understood the concept of dark, so too can you only understand who you are when you really begin to see others. We see sameness in others, we see difference, and they offer us glimpses of our own true selves through their reflection. Look for a lesson in the coming days, a sacred mirror that will refract and reverberate throughout your being and shed light on your truest form. Sometimes mirrors serve to teach us how unique we are because of the contrasting and opposite nature they unveil. When another person thinks differently, use it to help you understand your own mind. Sometimes mirrors serve to ignite something within us that we had long forgotten. I wish I could do that.
I would love to be that brave. I desire that charisma. Is that possible for me? What have your mirrors been showing you lately? And have you been acting on the information they're sending your way? Find solutions in these sacred reflections. So these are really great journaling prompts. Highly recommend you pause this video, take a screenshot if you have to. How are the people you've been spending time with mirrors of you? Do they make your life better? Explore opportunities to try new things and to take risks by communicating in a new way. Allow your community to be a mirror and to show you what works best. See what I mean by like everyone's situation's different? So this is coming from the people that weren't willing to like listen to others, and like you're meant to start doing that now. You learned the hard way by trying to lone wolf it for too long. Now the other people are people that are done it for too much, like the opposite, and they're being asked to lead their metamorphosis. So what we're going to do is we're going to lead your metamorphosis, and you're going to get success and transformation through that. But we'll read the journaling prompts for both because I feel like this could be very helpful for you guys as well. So number 53. Okay. Metamorphosis, change. Yep, it's that time again. And this change is going to be transformational. It's time to leave the dark cocoon behind, to break out of your shell, and to show off those gorgeous wings you've been readying. Many times in life and in biz, we choose to stay small. We choose the comfort of the warm cocoon over the freedom of something spectacular, and this cozy illusion of safety can lull us gently to sleep. Have you noticed that you've chosen the comfort of the old and reliable more than once, even though you long for something new and exciting? Choose the emerging you over the humdrum and expected today, and lead your metamorphosis with your inner beauty. You are, in every sense, sitting in your own control tower. You can plot your flight through life, and you get to decide how far you go and how great you become. This complete transformation is required in order to flourish, manifest, and attract the new things you are seeking. Are you ready to test those wings? And this is exactly what I was channeling at the beginning. Here are the journaling prompts for here. Please pause, screenshot, take notes, do what you have to do. This card's butterfly graphic has a scarab beetle on it. Do you see it? In ancient Egypt, the scarab was a symbol of rebirth, renewal, and spontaneous creation. What transformation is waiting to happen within? Who are you becoming today? What breakthrough is on the horizon? After a period of cocooning, how will you emerge? Self-reflection. I hope you took notes for the self-reflection card we got earlier then. Because through that, your success and transformation will be acquired. So, you were being called to do a lot of self-reflecting at the beginning. I don't know if you remember the cards that we got. Where are they? I don't remember which one. It was the mirrors one, this one, the Waker in reverse. But, okay. I shared what I could here, and I loved that for you guys. Now let's get some final messages from Source to finish up your reading. And I'm just going to shuffle over here because there's one empty area on my table up there, and there's no empty area down here. So final messages for pile number 1. 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 Okay. Beautiful. Back of the deck energy. We're only reading the messages that are upright. We have Metamorphosis, Mirage. Embrace the tender transition between past forms and future possibilities as illuminated by the transformative butterfly. Okay. I feel like it's talking about this butterfly. That's so trippy. Because I was like, where the heck is the butterfly? There's no butterfly here, and it's not supposed to. That's so trippy, guys. And then we have landing sideways. So both messages want to be depicted except this one and this one. So these two came sideways. Let's read those messages. When they land sideways, I believe that's Source's way of saying read both. So we have labyrinth of choices. Chart your course through the perplexing labyrinth of choices, embracing each turn as part of your complex journey. And then we have choose wisely. Decisions shape your path amid challenges. Stay open to learning as answers reveal your destined journey. Exactly. Like, you are going to learn as you go down the labyrinth of your life. And then we also have hidden keys. Put things together piece by piece to reveal exactly piece by piece important parts. Embrace each element, weaving them into your story with openness and understanding. Like I said, this is all going to get unraveled in time. And then the words, oh, this is beautiful. We have recovery, comeback. Find strength and healing as each step forward renews hope and paves the way for a triumphant resurgence. Find strength and healing as each step forward renews hope and paves the way for a triumphant resurgence. Scales of balance. Seek equilibrium in love and career, harmonizing your inner scale to weigh decisions with both heart and mind. That's literally what we were talking about. That's so trippy. And the affirmations or mantras to finish up for you to walk away with, my beautiful pile number ones. Final messages for pile number one. Final messages for pile number one. Do I get one? Did it? Oh, okay. Beautiful. So we have, I communicate with ease and grace. People are willing to embrace what I have to say. I communicate with ease and grace. People are willing to embrace what I have to say. And then the back of the deck. I am in sync with the flow of life. I am in sync with the flow of life. Okay, pile number ones. Well, that is all that I have for you today. I really hope that this reading was able to provide you everything that you needed from it. It feels like I had to dive into like 3 different perspectives. So my brain is a little bit fried, not gonna lie right now. But, you know, I love showing up on my channel for you guys. I love doing these types of readings that have to do with self-growth and deep healing, because that's what my YouTube channel is all about. So if you are not subscribed yet, I highly recommend you do, because I am in this journey on a mission trying to build a community of like-minded individuals, because I do genuinely believe with my entire heart and soul that it's only healed people that can help heal this world. So we have to come together, show up for ourselves at this time in life where, you know, everyone is fighting against each other, but I want to change the script. I want to flip it over it on its head. And the only way we can do that is by coming together as one to heal. One healing ripple little effect at a time, being part of that ripple effect, you know? So, you know, thank you so much for showing up for yourself, not just for me, but the fact that you were able to listen to this reading all the way to the very end, like that takes courage, that takes the ability to listen, have patience, take notes, and self-reflect, and developing the awareness you need to listen to everything that came through with an open heart and open mind. So, you know, if you were able to do that today, that is your first step to this transformation, this metamorphosis stage. You are becoming the butterfly. You've always were meant to be one. And, you know, I would love to hear your story in the comments below. So feel free to share. You know, this is an open space, judgment-free zone, okay? And I always am trying to encourage you guys to talk. Show up on here, because I'm telling you right now, maybe you have an urge to want to like share, and then there's another person that's waiting for that one person to start the talk or start the conversation, but they're not going to do it first. Maybe they need you to be the leader. How can you set a good example of showing up as a leader for yourself today? Maybe it's just doing that, sharing how you feel. Pisces in the 3rd house, moon in Pisces. Let yourself be vulnerable in this moment and know that you are divinely supported, divinely loved, and also loved by me, okay? Even if I don't know you physically, like at the end of the day, you know why I'm showing up for you guys, and it's because I love you all. So
I really hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Hit the like button if this reading did resonate. You know, every little thing of engagement that you do really does help support my channel. It pushes out my videos and helps other people reach the things that they need to hear most right now. So again, with that being said, hopefully I'll see you in my other videos to come, and bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in being able to select your pile for today's reading, this beautiful strength card, then you already know that this is your reading in regards to the lesson that you are learning right now. And a little bit of a surprise for you guys, you did actually end up getting two significator cards, where this one is about work, and we actually have bumblebee medicine as well. So I find this very intriguing. I'm very excited because I really do feel like there is a sense of, like, the word that's just popping out in my head right now is perseverance, endurance, resilience. All these words that a lot of people talk so much about, right, on social media these days, but do they all really possess it all? Do they all really, like, everyone that talks about this stuff, do they actually have the resilience, the perseverance, and the endurance to be going down their path? And I'm hearing, or did they just get lucky? I don't know why that's coming through. It maybe, like, some of you guys are like doubting your ability right now to accomplish something for yourself. It just kind of feels like there's preparation right now, mentally, energetically. Like you're stepping into a new mold of yourself. And you're in this preparation. I don't know, preparation phase, preparation. That's the word that keeps coming through. So I'm holding space for that. So what we're actually going to do now is just slide your significator cards to the side over here. This is just my little labradorite palm crystal. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be, like I mentioned in the intro, if you hadn't listened to that, you know, I always recommend it because that's where I do my overviews on how I'm structuring my readings moving forward from now. But we're going to be using my karma cards for this part of the reading, which is where we're going to be kind of understanding the exact lesson that you are learning right now, pile number 2. So with the karma cards, you know, we divide them up into 3 different groups. We have the planets, the signs, and then the houses, astrologically speaking. We are going to be looking at the outcome answer. So the outcome answer is lined in blue. This is the action answer. But we're going to be looking at that. I forgot to mention. Okay, so you're going to see in this setup, sorry if my camera's just started glitching on me. S stands for spiritual outcome, M stands for mental outcome, and P stands for physical outcome, okay? And the way we're going to be reading this is in like a sentence way. So I'm going to start shuffling, going to get a card out for each of these little sections, and then we're going to share your answer. And I do highly recommend, you know, always take notes in these readings. They tend to be pretty long because I'm trying to extract as much truth and messages that Source wants me to deliver to you as possible. Okay, so let us begin. What lesson is pile number 2 learning right now, regardless of when they come across this reading? What lesson is pile number 2 learning right now? All right, thank you. Okay, so we got one card. Next up. What lesson is pile number 2 learning right now, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, that was quick. Thank you. And for the houses, what lesson is pile number 2 learning right now, regardless of when they come across this reading? Allow the card to fall out. Thank you. All right. I don't know how this landed, but we're going to go with it. Beautiful. Let me just make space for all these karma cards at the top over here. If you guys can't see it in the frame, but I have hundreds of literal decks around me everywhere because I hand select the decks before I record your readings. Okay, so let us start the revealing. I'm excited. We have received Saturn as your planet. Okay. Saturn in Sagittarius in the fourth house. Okay, so I do recommend you guys to write that down in your journal. So if you ever feel called to look into that natal chart placement on your own, you can always just look up natal Saturn in Sagittarius fourth house in like Google search engine, and you'll start to get a lot of articles on it, and that can actually give you hints on like or more information on like keywords or like the themes or just words that stand out to you in terms of like this placement that can aid you in better understanding this lesson if you just feel called to. I don't know why I didn't share this with pile number 1, but for you guys, I don't know if that's something you're going to want to do on your own. That's why I felt called to share it. So we did get, okay, Saturn and Sagittarius in the fourth house, with the spiritual outcome being the maturity that brings insights to understand what makes you feel secure. The maturity that brings insights to understand what makes you feel secure. Okay. I have a lot to say already, but we're going to just read the rest of the sentences first. With the mental outcome being caution regarding the wisdom of support. Caution regarding the wisdom of support. And the physical outcome, limits imposed resulting from the understanding of your home base or family. Limits imposed resulting from the understanding of your home base or family. Okay, something came through my mind just now. I don't know if some of you guys are, I don't think it's everyone, guys, this is a very specific thing that just came through, but some of you guys might have just had like some financial collapse in your family line, or like where you were living. There was some sort of financial thing that happened that makes you kind of feel doomed. Or like, now what? Like, now what do we do? Like, now what can we do? I don't know. It's weird. And that's not going to resonate with everyone, but I do kind of feel like some of you guys that picked this pile had something like this happen. Like maybe someone just lost a job and that was like the main source of income. Or you guys were investing a lot of your money in the savings and then that got screwed over. I don't know. There's something here where it's like, now what are we going to do? Saturn and Sagittarius in the fourth house. So Saturn is one of the slower moving planets in our solar system. I think it takes around like 27 and a half so years to do a full orbit around the Earth. Earth or Sun? Earth? Earth. Yeah. Okay, sorry guys. My brain's a little bit foggy today. Okay, so I am doing my best to hold space for you guys, and I just wanted you guys to keep that in mind. So just thank you for your patience with me. But yeah, Saturn is one of the slower moving planets, and this is normally known as the father of all the planets in the solar system. It's like the planet of responsibility, karma, just wherever you find things in Saturn, it's teaching you some form of discipline. It's teaching you the hard work that you got to put into something to get the fruits of your labor type of thing out of it. So it's kind of interesting that we did get Saturn because one of your significator cards did happen to be work, and the other one that helped you select this pile did happen to be strength. And Saturn has a lot to do with these things. And also, Capricorn is associated with Saturn. I do believe originally Aquarius was also ruled by Saturn, but don't quote me on that. So Saturn and Sag in the fourth house. I'm sitting on it. Give me a second. There was like a deep desire to want to learn and like gain information, gain knowledge, gain experience from something so that it can aid you in the foundation that you've been trying to build for yourself within your life. There's a very deep desire for that. There's a deep desire for security and stability of some kind, but you still kind of feel like you don't have all the answers to get the specific thing that you believe will help you feel stable or to create that foundation that you're seeking. And it feels like this lesson has a lot to do with that type, like the journey surrounding that you've been going on. And you're learning how to push through moments or work with moments. That's a better word. Like kind of learn how to work with them, like, well, not like aggressively. Moments in your life where you feel a lack of or a draining of. I don't know how to explain that. Let's get more cards and see if we can get some more clarity here by understanding like how this lesson is showing up right now in your life, because I really believe that's going to help us gain more insight. So we're going to be using my rune cards, my Citadel deck archetype, and my Yin Yang Oracle. Okay, so let me just shuffle all these cards up and just, you know, get space for everything, and then we'll start diving into them all together. Okay. So how is this lesson showing up for pile number 2, regardless of when they're listening to this reading? Okay. Back of the deck wants to be seen. This one also wanted to come out. We have the Unsus rune that says a revealing message or insight, communication, signals, inspiration, enthusiasm, speech, true vision, power of words, and naming, blessings, the taking of advice. A revealing message or insight. Like, like I felt that before. Like, I felt like something happened, came through, like you got news. There was something that happened that you're sitting on right now. And it's making you have some weird realization moment in your life, or you're in this moment of integration, you're in this moment of preparation. That's interesting that the Unsus rune stood out like that as the back of the deck energy. But okay, these two kind of landed like this. So these are influencing each other. Their energies are influencing each other. We're going to keep them, almost slid off my chair. We're going to keep them facing down. I'm going to keep shuffling. If anything happens to land upright, then I know Source wants us to talk about it now in the moment. If it faces down like these, then we're going to continue shuffling and gather all the cards out on the table. So how is this lesson showing up for pile number 2, regardless of when they are watching this reading? As this is a timeless reading, how is this lesson showing up for pile number 2? So we have, back of the deck, the Hound. Loyalty, chains, promises. Chains. Promises. Whoa. Okay, look at that imagery. So in this image, you can see like this beast, and it's like sort of slowly kind of like breaking down this sword. And for some reason, this is giving me the energy of somebody who like thought they had the clarity, but now it's like, nope, you thought that's what it was, but I'm showing you the other thing. And then the muse slid out, generosity, naivety. Yeah, nope, like you thought it was this naivety, right? But it turns out it's ... blank, 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 fill it in. Okay, that's very, very interesting actually that came out like that. And then this card actually did land upright on the floor. So it wants to be seen now. We have the Fate with accepting help and guidance. Well, you're learning something for sure. You feel like you need to gain more information about it though, with the Saturn and Sag. Okay. Let's keep going. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 2, regardless of when they are listening or watching this reading? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 2? Oh my gosh. Okay. Mystic Brother. Okay, so you guys ended up getting 4 archetypes. Was not expecting that, and they both kind of landed with each other. I looked at the ones that were asking to be pulled out. The back of the deck says King. Light attributes being enlightened, benevolent leadership, benefiting those in your charge. Shadow attributes, excessive feelings of entitlement, rulership without restraint. That's what I kind of feel like. I was feeling that earlier. Like maybe you guys were in a good financial situation and like you didn't realize how good you had it till you lost it. But that's not everybody, okay? These cards did land upright. Well, technically these didn't, but you know, I'm already showing them. But these did line upright for certainty, so we're going to look at them first together. We have the Angel with the light attribute being helping those in need with no expectation of return. Shadow attribute is acting innocent or angelic to mislead others, falsely claiming to be in touch with angelic guidance. Okay. And then we also have healer. Light attribute, passion to serve others by repairing the body, mind, and spirit, ability to help transform pain into healing. Shadow attributes, taking advantage of those who need help, failing to care for oneself. Okay.
See, this, like you're learning how to build this foundation for yourself without needing to rely on somebody. Some of you guys might have just like grown up and moved out or something, or some of you guys, like, I don't know the age. I don't know if you guys just went through a divorce and maybe you're separated, now you're learning how to live on your own again. Like,
there's something here about newness coming in, and you're in a preparation period of some kind
that keeps coming through. And then we also had the lover and the mystic.
So the lover, sorry, I'm trying to make my cards focus. So the lover light attributes is great passion and devotion, unbridled appreciation of someone or something. Shadow attribute is obsessive passion that harms others, self-destructive devotion. And then we also had the mystic pairing with it, which is its light attribute is revels in intimate union with the divine, and then shadow attribute, delusional rapport with the divine. Okay, there's a little bit of like a pattern here.
Angel, helping those in need. Acting innocent or angelic to mislead others. Falsely claiming to be in touch with angelic guidance. And delusional rapport with the divine. Okay. And they want to be like this. So I feel like we don't want to look at the shadows here. We want to look here. I got some stories coming up, guys. Some of you guys might be getting out of a very toxic relationship. Some of you guys might have to, like, you're waking up from being in one that you know wasn't benefiting your overall self-growth and mental health. Or just a home environment that you knew wasn't benefiting you. But there's definitely now like this not random, but there was a tower-like moment that may have happened that led you to having to start growing some pairs of wings, a pair of wings for yourself. And you're like, oh my God, I thought I always had these wings, but it turns out you always felt like you didn't. And then now it's like you're gonna be put in this situation where you need to have the wings, and it's essential for your survival. There's like this weird anxiety here. Like it's essential. I don't know why I'm hearing it is essential, because I don't want to put any pressure on anybody especially when I get channel messages and do these readings. Okay. Let's shuffle the last deck so we can start looking at the rest of the cards and like really just plug everything in together. How is this lesson showing up for pile 2, regardless of how or when they are listening to this reading? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 2? Oops. Okay. Back of the deck is avoidance and stalemate. Exactly. Loyalty chains, promises. That's breaking. That is being broken. You feel like you have been tricked for some reason. What's here? The muse. Oh yeah, naivety. Feels like you had rose-tinted glasses on for like the longest time, and now all of a sudden someone just ripped them off. Contracts, career, yeah, until debt tear us apart. Jesus. And then we have Saturn here again in the corner. Okay, like, I get it. Okay. Oh my gosh. If you guys can't tell, at the end of the day, I am still a very much trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. Like, that's the work I do, right? Like, my one-on-one work with clients. But, here's a but. Today, I am feeling very, like, no BS-y right now, like, cut through the SHIT. And I do personally believe this has a lot to do with how Source wants me to deliver these messages. So you just know everything I'm sharing, the way I speak, comes from a place of so much unconditional love, of no judgment, like a judgment-free arena within me. Because at the end of the day, we're all mirrors. Like, we've all gone through similar situations or experiences where we've had to learn these sort of lessons, but in very different, personal, individualized ways. So just know, like, I get these things. Okay. All right. So This happened to land kind of over the fate card. So let us see. We have self-care and energy. So self-care, failing to care for oneself, has popped out twice. This card is distance, retreat, or time out. And this landed actually on the healer and angel. So helping those in need with no expectation of return.
Some of you guys, I think, have been subscribed to my channel, have listened to a reading that I've done recently. And I feel like you guys had a similar message before. I feel like you guys know where this is going. If you guys know what I'm talking about, if you happen to be one of the people, comment. Let me know, because
I really do feel like some of you guys, this isn't going to resonate with everybody, are people that are learning how to start making their own wings or start taking care of themselves on their own without needing anyone else's help. Or like, there's a lot of anxiety here. Like, I'm not going to lie, but I keep hearing the word essential. Like, this is such an essential lesson for you right now, pile number 2. Whether or not you resonate with what I'm saying, like you having to leave, you're walking away from something that you know hasn't been serving you. And I feel like specifically it has to do with you being the people pleaser, constantly like giving to people parts and pieces of you, masks, personas that you just don't identify with. You never did, but you've only done it and continue to do it out of fear of what would happen if you stopped and showed your true colors. And I feel like you're now on this preparation journey where you are beginning to do the opposite, but there's anxiety there. And it's essential anxiety. Like, this anxiety is to prepare you and help keep you safe. So I don't want to shun it. I don't want to shut it down. Like, it's realistic. You're trying to be practical in a way, and that's where the anxiety comes in. Because when it comes to anxiety, it is trying to be practical in the sense that it is trying to keep you alive. And in the survival here, I'm thinking about self-preservation. It feels like this lesson has a lot to do with that, learning how to show up for yourself in that sort of way, and being able to depend on yourself, being able to become like a reliable source for yourself, whether it's like emotional support, financial support, physical support. Like, can you show up for yourself when you feel the most alone? And it's like you're learning how to do that, but you are coming from a past, or it's showing up because now, like how it's showing up is in certain areas of your life where you know you were not showing up for you. And I feel like specifically this has to do with connections, whether it's friendship based, familial based, or romantic based. Now let's look at the 2 runes that kind of were pairing with each other. So we have the Daga's rune. Oh my god, this is so trippy. Look. They literally, I'm creeped out. They look the same, guys. I kid you not. The Daga's rune landed in reverse, and the Manaz rune landed upright. The polarity here is insane. Okay, so we're going to read the meanings of these cards. And we're going to understand, like, see the Dagaz rune in reverse. So breakthrough, awakening, awareness, daylight, clarity, as opposed to nighttime uncertainty. A time to plan or embark upon an enterprise. Yeah, preparation, but it's in reverse. So daylight, clarity, as opposed to night. There is nighttime uncertainty because of this. The Manaz, that's why I landed in reverse. The Manaz rune is the self, the individual, or the human race, your attitude toward others and their attitudes towards you, friends and enemies, social order. Okay. You're learning how to show up for you regardless of how it affects others. Like, I feel like you're also trying to come to an understanding in your inner world, pile number 2, that like, as you continue to choose your heart over your head when it comes to like these things that you deeply desire to do, that you know are essential for you and your self-growth and in a way your survival, because like your mental health has been taking a toll if you didn't or were not willing to go through this lesson. That's something that's coming up. It's like you're learning that there was never like you trying to constantly be the most perfect version of you can for the sake of other people. It only brought them so much joy, because then eventually they are or have been able to start seeing through the mask you were portraying to be in those moments.
after a certain amount of time, like, you know, people are gonna, they know you, they'll get you. I don't know if pile two, it feels like these people understand you. I feel like there's people here, right? So it's like you have had to go through some sort of forceful moment of ripping that mask off. Or you're trying to prepare for that moment. Like this lesson that you're learning right now and it's showing up, how it's showing up is in the sense of how much love and care you've been putting into yourself, taking your energy back, taking your power back from situations that aren't serving you. This card wants to slide out. What does it say? Seeds, spring. Yeah, like you are planting seeds. This is a time for preparation. Harvest in autumn, Pluto and transformation. Yeah, like, okay, this is interesting because I really do feel like this is something that's going to take time. I don't normally talk about timing in my readings, but it does feel like this is something that might take like more than 6 months for certainty. Maybe like 8 to 9 months. This is a process that's going to take time because you're trying to do it smart. I feel like you already went through some sort of acceptance of it process, but now it's like, okay, like now how the F do I do this? And you're going to go through something that feels kind of brutal in a way. I'm going to be honest with you. Like this lesson, how it's showing up right now is draining and a little bit strenuous because it's so new that your nervous system doesn't know how to respond to it. But at the same time, you're like willing to go through it because there's relief inside of you as well, even though you don't know how to name it just yet. It's hard to name it right now because it is a little bit more consumed by the anxiety. But once that settles and once you get the clarity you seek, like, oh, there we go. The opportunities growth, the pilgrim is coming through. And self-protection, dual natures, the twins, self-protection. You're going to be able to learn how to start doing it the right way. But you are in a process of learning like how you at the end of the day, like this is showing up by making you realize how much of a mirror you actually are for others. So even if you try to put a mask on or a persona for those that you're closest with, eventually that persona is going to start to fade away and they're going to be able to read the energy in the room, the aura that's around you, right? And they're going to be able to sense, pick up if you're being fake, if you're being your true self, and everything else in between. You're going through a process of realizing like maybe what I really want and like my heart deeply desires for me is the right thing to do for everyone else in a situation. And you're learning that to put you first is the way to help others grow and heal too. But it's going to take time for them to realize that as well. The Saturn energy is very strong here. The fact that I did see Saturn twice, Saturn popped up here. Yeah, Saturn. And then Saturn here and then work and strength together just gives me Saturn energy. There is fierceness here. I don't know what velocity means. I don't know why. A V word. Vivaciousness, velocity. Like an adjective that starts with a V. Vicious? I wasn't sure if it was vivacious or vicious. Velocity. Velocity, I think, is like movement, right? Like there's something trying to grow and it's getting bigger. Like this reality that started very small is starting to grow right in front of your own eyes. And there is anxiety there because of it, but you're now understanding that like you're not going to be able to know everything in this journey as you go through it, pal number 2. I also feel like you're learning how to stay strong through this process. And stay stable within yourself, be able to hold yourself, become your own inner safe space to come back to whenever the life outside of you gets a little too chaotic. You're learning all of this. Honestly, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was going to say the why, right? But I want to look at the tarot for that. So I think this is where we got to do that. And Source wants us to. So why is this lesson happening now for pile number 2? Why is this lesson happening now for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? So the back of the deck is the Queen of Wands. Sorry, I'm just getting all the cards. Don't know how many we have. This one does want to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'm going to place your significator cards to the top now. I told you guys you should have been taking notes. Okay? So let me just place these up here. So I have more space. I'm trying to figure out where to place these. I'm going to place it on my tea. Nope, you guys can't see it there. Okay. You guys can't really see it that much. I'm sorry, but I tried. All right, so this is the significator card. This is the card that wants to start out. Okay. Back of the deck is the Queen of Wands, and then we have the Knight of Swords right underneath, the Page of Cups, Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, you just want to go, 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 but there's timing. Timing, Wheel of Fortune. Timing is important here, and how you do things matter. What's the first card? We have the Four of Cups. Four of Cups is coming through. Four of Cups. Normally the Four of Cups is about like disappointment, not seeing the things around you and kind of feeling a little bit apathetic in life. But I feel like you're learning how to move past those emotional moments with this Law of Attraction deck. Okay, here are the other cards. So next up we have the Ten of Wands. See, like the Ten of Wands is about like a burden, like carrying too much. In the Law of Attraction tarot deck that I own, the Ten of Wands is about a victory and finally making it. But it's like the last home stretch. So I'm going to be interpreting these cards with Rider-Waite Smith, the typical way to depict tarot cards. But I'm also going to be keeping in mind the images as well. Next up, we have the Star card. And then the final card we have here for the first row is the Six of Swords. This is so, like, interesting to me. Okay. I don't know why, but with the Six of Swords energy here in the picture, for me, this keeps like reading or getting interpreted in my brain as like a negotiation of some kind that's going to be important, or like a hard conversation, an important conversation to have in order to go into the next step of this journey. Okay, so why is this lesson happening right now? I'm hearing you knew that these things weren't going to last. You knew in the back of your head, you knew that this wasn't going to be your forever. But you didn't want to pay mind to it in a moment when you did need it the most, or like there was something like you ever hear or like feel like you have that annoying feeling in the back of your mind or a gut feeling, and you're like, I don't know why the heck this feeling is there, but you do know. You have a feeling about the feeling on why it's there, but you don't want to think it's true. So you kind of try to go about your day, your daily life, way of living, until it comes out of nowhere. And it kind of feels like that something along those lines may have happened to you recently that has led to this lesson become created and begin for you, because it is something that you, I feel like, just kind of started to learn. Like this was a lesson that was in the making for a very, very, very long time behind the scenes is what I'm hearing, but you had to go through years and years and years of something else prior to this whole thing that you're moving through now to start to learn it. And I feel like this is extremely karmic in the sense that I feel like this was very, very karmic in the sense, oh my God, I just hit the table. I'm so sorry if that scared anybody. In the sense that it kind of feels like a lot of the things that you identify with strongly in this life or in your life in general. Like, you ever like, what I'm trying to say is, let's say somebody believes that they're very lazy. So they're always saying things along the lines of, I am so lazy. It's because I'm lazy. I don't want to do this. I'm so lazy. And they make jokes about it. But they technically, like low-key, are identifying with it. And they don't realize that they're slowly building like a narrative, a belief system around this. And they're identifying with this trait. When in reality, maybe they're not. You know, maybe they were just really tired that day. Their body was asking for rest. But like they kept saying that's them, so they started to become it.
And in this lesson, why this lesson is happening now, it feels like you kind of did that a lot for a lot of certain different traits you have or used to identify with or say you are like. I don't know why, if that makes sense. So you now know like that was never the way to go or be. And life had to give you some sort of like wake up. This wants to get flipped. It's a significator card, but I want to see what it is. Oh, the Lovers. Okay, so this was by Fated, but with the Lovers here, there is choice, there's chance. There's a chance for a new beginning. And life had to show this to you in this way for you to really get the memo this time around. What is this card? Hierophant, yeah. You had to learn. It was essential for your learning, and this is the journey that you are meant to go down. But it comes with taking that first step, and that first step you are in preparation to doing. But I do feel like there, like I said, there may have been with the Unsus rune coming up in the back of the deck energy, revealing message or insight, communication signals. Like it does feel like there was something that happened recently, like a tower-like moment. You revealed something to you, and it made you just realize a lot of things about how you've really been feeling. But you've been pushing it back for so long, and that's why Source wanted this lesson to come through now, because this is the time for you to wake up. Like you are immediately waking up from this, and it comes with facing some things that make you feel pretty uncomfortable. I'm going to be honest with you. This is something that will get better in time. And I do feel like we're going to understand how it will get better when we see what it's preparing you for. We're going to dive into that after we look at all these cards, because I still have 4 more cards to pair this first row with. But it's like, it comes with some caveats, and those are the caveats that I'm talking about are the ones that are going to be the most a little bit like uncomfortable to do for you specifically. So, but that's why you're learning. This is why the lesson is here. Let's look at the second row of cards to pair this first row with now. Okay. But you are ready, and I'm like proud of you for that, because I feel like now like you don't want to dim this light, this energy, this fire in you. I feel like you're in this mode of trying to protect it with all your might, because you know that you are going to need this, all the fire you've got to do this new thing, this new mission. It feels like a mission. Like, I don't know if it, like literally I'm picturing Mission Impossible, and I never even seen the movie, but just like the intensity of the movie, like I've heard other people talk about it, and there's like, whoa, it's so good and it's so intense. Like, I just kind of feel like you're doing this for yourself regarding this whole mission that you put the word mission on it. I don't know why that's there. Okay, why did this card get flipped? Did I do that? Okay, well, I'm going to do this one first. We got the 10 of Cups. So the 10 of Cups here is usually about like a wish fulfillment, right? Happily ever after dreams coming true. But the energy here is like been there, done that. Like it kind of feels like I said, it's kind of, you know, being directly underneath the 4 of Cups. This is something that you got to appreciate, you got to experience, but it's not the whole picture of what you want. And next up we have the Knight of Wands. Like you had and always have had a more drive or more desire for new, like exploring beyond where you've already gone already. And I feel like what you've experienced so far isn't like nothing. Like these are beautiful things that you have already experienced, but Chariot wants to come through now. Source knows, and you know that there's more than what meets the eye here. There's more of what you, like there's more of what you want if you step out of where you're at now. And so this lesson that you're learning is the how to do that and how to show up for yourself in that regard, because that's a scary step. This is very new for you. There's a lot of risk-taking energy here. And a part of you wishes that you wish, like, I don't know why, but like there's regrets here. There's regretful energy that you shouldn't be feeling. Pile number 2. Don't regret what you've gone through. Don't say, oh, I wish I did this sooner, or I wish I said no or didn't do it before it got to this point. Just know, like, there are reasons why we had to go through certain things. And if you don't understand the reason why yet, it's because you're still on your journey. You're gonna get those epiphany-like moments when you least expect it. I'm telling you, I've gone through exactly where you're at when it comes to like hating on myself or thinking about the past too much, sulking about it a little bit too much, and then not realizing that I still have all this time in front of me where I can do something differently. You know, I still have the pen to put on to my paper and continue writing my story. But why did I think it wasn't there? That's what obsessing too much about your past actions does to you. It makes us forget that we still have so much power in our present right now, but we need to wake up from it. And I feel like you're now finally waking up from it. This lesson is doing that to you, and it's happening now because lastly, the Six of Pentacles, 2 sixes, and then I was feeling that mirrored energy of reciprocity. There you go. 6 of Pentacles. Because you knew that it's time to set your boundaries straight. And you know now it's time to start showing up for you. It's time because you have given so much of yourself to everyone else around you. The number 666 may be of significance to you. Highly recommend that you write it down. And 777. Sorry, I'm just sitting here with the energies and seeing if there's anything else that wants to come through for why is this happening now. You just know that where you've been going isn't where you've been wanting to go. And I think something just renewed that light, that spark inside of you that makes you want to go the next place now. You know that where you're at is a beautiful thing. It has its moments. Oh yeah, 666 is of importance because the Lovers is the significator card and the major arcana 6, you know, but then that's also Gemini. So there is choice. Again, choice coming through. It's all about choice and choosing yourself this time around and doing it the right way. Accepting help and guidance, the Fate. I feel like this has to do with like this reading and like I don't know. I feel like this keeps giving me like reference energy to anyone that's listened to my past readings before and they can relate to what I'm talking about. Please, I feel like this is like a message that I've done a reading for in the past. And not in the same exact way, like we dived into it differently, but the way that we're looking at it, I just feel like there are repeating energies coming through so that maybe these piles and whoever listens to my YouTube my readings, like they needed to keep hearing, and it's like a continuation of its journey. So let's take a look now and see what this lesson, as you go through it, like what it's preparing you for, okay? So we're gonna do that by getting out my Sacred Travelers deck, my Soul Lessons Journey, or Soul Lessons deck, I think it's called, Soul Lessons. And then tea leaf cards and my Fortune Oracle cards, okay? So we're just going to pull out all the cards first and then we'll reveal them all together. Unless it lands upright and then I'm going to show them to you right away. So, what is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? Okay, that card just kind of plopped out, but I'm going to shuffle like 2-3 more times. What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? Okay, this one wants to come out. Beautiful. Okay, so before I shuffle, this one came upright. The way it just slid out though, it was so gentle, like a gentle nudge from source. Sorry, my camera is not focusing properly. So I have to like do this weird little movement around the screen. Denial. I acknowledge my fear, but I replace it with the insight of awareness. Exactly. And this is kind of mirroring back the energy of the avoidance, of the stalemate, of not wanting to believe that this path is the very path that leads you to your freedom. I'm going to place it here. You're learning how to listen to where your heart wants to take you, where those gut feelings are. What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? Okay. Back of the deck is rainbow blessings. Blessings are showering your life. So, yeah, again, actually, this is giving me a nudge or commemorance to the 10 of Cups because the butterfly, my God,
The rainbow is here. I feel like that's why this came out.
Like, you are in this state of being able to, but it doesn't feel like like it's too easy. You're seeking more time of introspection and like understanding yourself better right now. And this card did come up, right? It is passion and pleasure. Savor your life. That's what you want more of. Like, I can feel it in my bones. Like, you're deeply desiring that. Okay, let's keep shuffling. What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for, regardless of when they come across this reading? Back of the deck is happiness. Other set. What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? Last shuffle. What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? Okay. Back of the deck is star, guaranteed success. Happiness, success, the star card. There's emphasis here for new hope, new healing in this new endeavor that you're trying to do for yourself. You're marking a new journey, a new mission statement for yourself, because you know that where you're at hasn't been where you've been meant to stay rooted or planted. Wall, misunderstanding, and that's landing on the 10 of Wands and the Knight of Wands. Yeah, like you learned something. You're learning that like choosing you isn't the wrong choice. That's really it. These cards also landed up here. So we have acceptance. I'm learning to accept the things that I can't change. Exactly. Because you can't change what the heart wants. You know that Selena Gomez song? Oh my God, now I'm thinking of it. The heart wants what it wants. Like, that's the song. The heart wants what it wants. Okay, so like that's kind of how it feels. And you're in this process of understanding it, but you used to mistake how you felt to be something that is a flaw. Then you have Gong, an exciting event, because it is propelling you forward. I did forget to shuffle one more deck. 1 second. What is this? Oh, sorry. Okay, let me start over. What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 2 for? The moon. This landed upright underneath the Dagaz rune. Oh! And didn't this be about daylight clarity as opposed to, this is about nighttime uncertainty. The moon is like in major arcana is about like illusion, subconscious stuff, mystery. Pay attention to your intuition at this time and move ahead confidently. Did you not see when I started shuffling that this is the only card that was facing upright? So I flipped it over and I said, I'll start over. It showed up as the back of the deck energy. We have luck. Number 19, you are right to be strong and optimistic about the opportunities ahead. There is a completion in your life right now that you're moving through so that you can start taking action and letting change be the thing that propels you forward. And this change is part of the lesson. It's preparing you for the life that you've always deserved. And you are in a process of releasing guilt around choosing you. I can definitely see. Where I release any beliefs that no longer assist in my soul's growth. And you are definitely on the journey to doing that. This card wants to be seen. I don't know what it says. Oh, judgment. I understand that everyone has their own unique path and challenges. Exactly. Like, wow. There's a lot of orange energy here. Like, see with the denial card and then guilt. Okay. Then these two kind of landed over here. We have clouds, temporary problems, because it's negotiation, which makes sense because it feels like you're going to have to do something to start this, but this lesson is preparing you for the moment when you're gonna have to go through something unsettling, uncomfortable to start throttling forward. And then we have older man, dealing with a relationship with an older man. So this might definitely have to do with another person that you believe kind of had more power over you for a very long time in your life, that you knew just wasn't serving you, wasn't serving the dynamic that you guys had. You felt like the dynamic was mismatched, like, and unequal. Sorry, that's the better word. And it didn't help you with or fulfill you in the ways that you wanted to be fulfilled. This can also have to do a lot with just like a situation that you've been in that you just know had way more, like had the upper hand for such a long time that you were so tired of feeling like you were the underdog in the situation. And now it's like, you're like, but I don't want to feel that way anymore. And I never should have felt like I needed to put myself in that position. I never should have felt like this and that. And now instead of like sulking about it, like you don't need to do that anymore. Like this lesson is teaching you how to get your own fire lit by your own inner empowerment, your own inner desire to grow. And this is like solar plexus chakra energy being awakened right now, being activated for a time of initiation and preparation. Okay, like this is so exciting. Like you're really learning how to become your own inner home, your own inner support system right now. This entire lesson is just preparing you for the biggest thing that you're gonna have to do to get out of this situation. You're in a preparation moment. And this lesson is the preparation moment. It's the lesson that has a lot to do with you building up your own inner reserves to go on this journey, go embark on this mission statement you feel like you have set for yourself recently. And like I'm hearing, it's time to pick your own self up off the ground. Don't let anyone else pick you up anymore. You can do it on your own. And you're learning how to do that. You're learning how to build the resilience, the endurance, the perseverance to push through. And so that you can face the situation head on and take your power back, set your boundaries. And that's really it. Like, it is exciting because it's going to feel like an initiation. And it's going to be scary. But you ever picture, like, when someone hits a gong, wow, like, it's like, whoa. Like, it just echoes in the room. And it, like, just, the noise stretches like walls, the ends of the walls, the corners of the room. It fills up the space it's in, the gong, with its sound. And there is an intensity here that is essential for your survival long term in the bigger picture of things. Because I'm telling you right now, pile number 2, your energy does not feel like it can last in the situation you've been in. Like it can't, it's not sustainable for you mentally. Like you're slowly you're gonna disintegrate from the inside out, basically. And it hurts my heart to say that, but I feel you know this already. And what I'm saying, I feel like isn't new, but this lesson, it's preparing you for the time to start doing it. And it's gonna take time. You know, remember, we did get the Wheel of Fortune over here. Where did it go? Right here. So you're like building up the reserves you need to be able to do it, but still keep your energy, your fire in check while you do it. Don't let that shut you down in the midst of it. What's under this? The 7 of Pentacles. Yeah, it is going to take time. But you got this, and I do believe in you. Let's see now, though, the resistance or block around the lesson, though. So what is holding you back from doing this? And we're going to be using my past life lesson cards for this. So what is the resistance or block around this lesson for pile number 2? What is the resistance or block around this lesson for pile number 2? Okay, so the back of the deck, we're only looking at the words that are facing upright. We have old age, self-love, that came up a couple times, psychic wounding, and stars. Okay, so star, hope. You're still on, like, you found a light at the end of your tunnel now. You felt like you were stuck in the tunnel for a very long time. But the resistance and block around this lesson is the fear of what happens if you do it, because you stuck with it for so long, and you now know that this thing is essential for your wellness, overall well-being and mental health, but
it still scares you. So you've been battling back and forth with this thought, battling like crazy. And you have moments where you do feel like you're, in quotes, stalling, because technically you can't stall this. It's going to happen eventually. It's just a matter of like when it happens, that is all solely on you with the Lover's card. But there is something here that is trying to be created for you, pal number 2. And it's kind of like Source is going to continue to nudge you down this route, whether you try to fight it or not. But it's going to give you headaches. And the more you fight it, like, I feel like it's going to show up with physical symptoms. And so that is the resistance or block. At least that's like what I'm seeing right now. Like you could currently, as you're like listening to this, pile number 2, be like dealing with some sort of physical symptom or ailment. And there's actually a card that's shot all the way over here. So I'm going to pick it up. We have reverence, religious devotion. And then here, age of discovery, other relative, overcoming fear. Reverent, religious devotion. So I think this is like Saturn, like energy, religious devotion, because consistency, dependency, you just been, like I said, so used to it that choosing yourself just feels so foreign to you. And then on the Manazarun, the self, we have star-crossed love, primal, or aboriginal faith, primal faith. Like, yeah, like survival. Older man came out twice. So I do feel like this has a lot to do with that energy. And then what's here? Saboteur. Yeah. There might be a physical person that could be a block around this lesson as well, like holding you back from doing something about it. And like your own survival fears of like the impact of how it hurts others because of the primal faith. And then religious devotion is like being heavily devoted to something, someone, others, the role that you've been playing in your life. That's really it. You're just so scared of changing it. But you now know, like, the only word that says lesson here is the self-love in this corner that's upright. So that's what you must be doing. And this lesson is teaching you that. So what is one way to integrate this lesson for you? We're going to be looking at my unveiled tarot deck. And then we're also going to be pulling, to finish up your reading, a card from my Sacred Creators Oracle, and we're going to read through the booklet and then get some final messages from Source using my Clarifying Life Situations deck and get some mantras for you guys too that Source is going to select for you. So let us now see, what is one way, or what is the ultimate way for pile number 2 to integrate this lesson? What is the ultimate way for pile number 2 to integrate this lesson? A lot of cards, guys. Back of the deck energy is the 5 of Wands. Underneath it is the Knight of Wands, and then we have the Puppeteer right here. Sorry, I'm just looking. Something is really heavily influencing you from not moving, and I feel like you might even, it's like someone's dangling a carrot over your face, like you're a horse and they're dangling a carrot in front of your face, and they're like using that against you. That's something I'm sensing. I don't like that energy. It feels very effed up and obnoxious. And so that's the thing that's fighting you internally from being able to take charge right now. At least one of the things that's fighting you. I'm going to zoom out so you guys can see the rest of the cards, okay? And let us gather all the cards we got out. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So these 2 are the significators. One way to integrate this.
We're going to get more like information with the cards, but then we're going to use the Sacred Creator deck as like the cherry on top for the way to integrate this, because it also provides you like a little bit of an exercise too that I love in the booklet. So before we look at the significator cards, the overall energies influencing the spread that we're going to do right now, and the cards we're going to set out on the table, we're going to do this. So the first card we have here is the Nine of Swords. Next up, we have the Four of Pentacles. I'm hearing be greedy. Like you need to be greedy right now. We have the Three of Pentacles. The Five of Pentacles. A lot of pentacle energy. 1, 2, 3, 2 more. Again, Pentacles, Six of Pentacles. And then lastly, the Strength card. All right, so I just gotta move this to the side. Okay. So this is the first row we're looking at here. So one way to integrate this, I do hear be greedy. Like you got to protect yourself. You got to protect your energy. With the Nine of Swords right next to the Four of Pentacles and the Three of Pentacles, there's this energy of making sure that you keep your mind straight, your head on straight. Don't let other things outside of you shake up the foundation that you're in the process of trying to develop within you, which is part of the lesson right now. You need to embody a foundation that feels worth moving through all phases of your life with. And that means learning how to be your own best friend, your own best supporter, your own inner healer type of energy. Like you're learning how to show up for you right now, be able to give yourself the advice or reassurance that you need. So you don't need to get it from anyone else. And on top of that, aside from that, learning how to show up for you right now. This could be, like I said, financially, emotionally, like showing up for yourself in all these different ways. Fill in the blanks for your own personal situation, guys. It's also saying something about compromise and understanding that you can go through this, the thing that, the situation, like this important, uncomfortable thing that you're going to have to go through that this lesson is preparing you for. One way to integrate this lesson is to acknowledge that you don't have to go on it from a lens of extremism, from all in or all out, but you can also go in into this negotiation or the thing you're going to have to go through from a place of like compassion for the other person as well. And logic, pure logic is what I'm hearing, because logic is what's going to help you be able to kind of move past the discomfort of it and hear or move through the moments where it's like, okay, like this is what I and you can both gain, and let's just stick with that. Like, let's just keep it going. Like, let's do it this way because this is the way that can benefit all parties. I want to get this card out. We're going to see the significator card that is influencing the mob. Yeah, you're overwhelmed as hell. And you don't want to be influenced the way that you've been anymore. It's not fair to you, pile number 2. And you know that. You need to understand that these things that you get in your head, they're not real. They're just things trying to mess with you. And there's a lot of overwhelm in your situation right now, and I really heavily want to validate that for you. But it really just feels like Source keeps coming through to say the way to integrate this, the best way to integrate this lesson moving forward. Pile number 2 is to protect your remind yourself that that's not true. If someone tries to fill something up in your head, or an external source tries to put something in your head, literally grab a notepad and write down, do I do, and then see what your rational, logical brain says. What is the answer? Yes or no? Maybe. They're going to explain it for you. They're going to figure it out for you. It kind of feels like you need to work with the logic a lot right now. And that's really going to help you stay grounded, steady, and stable as you move through this, because that's the thing that you felt like you were lacking, and this lesson is teaching you that. But the more to integrate it is by using physical things outside of you, like tools, like making a toolbox for yourself of support to help you down this path, like to facilitate this self-growth journey you're moving through. That's really going to help. And it's kind of funny, so I am going to bring it up because maybe this is a way that Source wants me to bring it up. Just so you guys know, if you're new to my channel, I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, okay? If this is a path or a journey that you feel like you are seeking or in need of, like, someone to kind of facilitate the way forward for empowerment for yourself, to remember your true strength in life, where all that power lies, feel free to schedule a free soul clarity call with me. The link is in the description box below. That takes you to my link tree. Okay. Over there, we'll be able to kind of see together one-on-one if we would be a good fit for each other. I'd be able to go over my offerings that I do offer for one-on-one work, and, the different little programs I do have created for people when it comes to releasing self-sabotaging tendencies and things that are holding them back. And we use neuroscience, we use chakra psychology, we use a lot of different mix of things, but I do try to customize the one-on-one sessions tailored to exactly what your belief systems are, exactly what you want to dive into. You're going to get to kind of look at that and understand it better. If you were to click on that link, it'll explain it a lot better than I am right now. So if that is something you do feel called to do, I just wanted to put it out there. But if not, again, like I did say, it did say something about using something like a tool outside of you to help you during this journey, because it's going to help keep you grounded and steady. You kind of feel like a little bit crazy right now, and there's this energy of like doubt here that Source is trying to tame so that you can keep moving forward. There's a lot of overwhelm. It feels like you have trouble figuring out where to turn right now. And so I think Source, that's why, like, the idea of journaling or, the one-on-one soul clarity call, that's why it came through. Another thing that I am also offering is a waiting list that I just created for future virtual healing circles, gatherings, healing focused workshops that are going to have to do with neuroscience, learning how to control your brain, learning how to rewire your brain, learning about your stress response, nervous system regulation, chakra psychology, astrology for self-discovery. Like, literally, it's going to range from so many different things under the umbrella of healing. If that is something you are also interested, that is also something you can find on the link to my link tree. Okay. So again, if these are things that you would love to explore, whether it's for emotional witnessing support with a community or one-on-one work, feel free to use the link below. But if not, like I said, just remember what I said. It's something about tools outside of you to help you move through this journey, because there needs to be some sort of collaboration in your physical world and inner world right now to make this a reality, because there is so much that you're carrying right now, and I feel like you need a little bit of a crutch. Pile number 2, it really feels like, I just realized that he has crutches. I swear to you guys, when I said crutch, I did not realize that there was crutches right there. So I just found that really trippy. But it does feel like you need like some additional support. And then it's kind of like when you have a kid and you're teaching them how to ride a bike, and they have the training wheels, and they have to learn how to ride the bike using the training wheels first, and then you slowly take the training wheels off, and then they get like adapted to it. Like, it kind of feels like this is something you're like, the way to integrate this is to put training wheels on for yourself to start doing the right steps, and then slowly and surely you could take those training wheels off, and you'll learn how to like kind of rely on yourself, depend on yourself, and have the ability to reassure yourself in time on your own. Become more dependable for you. That's something that's going to take time. But I do see this like you reaching for something outside of you to help get that strength. Another thing, like I did say, is the compromise. So making sure that when you do start the conversation, okay, I'm just making sure that I said everything I needed to say, because we still have 6 more final cards. Okay. So I don't see anything else. We're going to look at the second row now, with the first card being the Fool.
This new beginning is what's scaring the bejesus out of you. Yep. Secondly, the Hanged Man. Pause, needing a rest, needing to take a moment to focus on protecting your energy, gathering your resources, building up your resources. King of Pentacles, doing things diplomatically, smartly. The Sun card underneath the Five of Pentacles, yeah, bringing to light all these things that you know are going to make you wobble at the end of the day. And then we have the Two of Wands. Yeah, like I said, making sure that you focus on compromise in the negotiation situation you're going to move through. And then lastly, the Hierophant. Like, this was all the way to help you build the courage and resilience and strength. Wow. Maybe you have trust issues now, and that's why it's hard for you to go or get help outside of yourself, pile number 2. That's another thing that's coming through. Like, maybe this lesson is kind of forcing you to learn how to lean onto other things outside of you for support to move through this. And you don't like hearing that. You don't want to hear it. You want to think that you can do this on your own and you don't need anyone else's help. But I'm going to be honest with you, pile number 2. The things that are most worth it in our life, everyone has had to lean on somebody to get. At least once, whether it was for emotional support, physical support, mental support, financial support. Everyone that has accomplished something grand in life has had to have some sort of support to get there. So you don't need to think that you're weak if you're leaning onto things outside of you, whether it is journaling. Like, if you think journaling makes you look stupid is what I'm trying to say, or dancing to somatic move through your body is anxiety somatically. Breath work, yoga, exercise, like using a crutch. Oh, exercise too could be very helpful. But I really do feel like you should be looking for things that help calm your nerves. And then we have the Queen of Cups pairing with the second row as a significator energy. The Queen of Cups. Yeah, it's just learning how to protect your emotional energy and your truth, your heart space during this process is going to be the way to integrate this lesson. And I did give you a lot of suggestions. So, and it was an essential thing, because this is the ultimate way to get out of this gunk. And the lesson is showing you that. It's preparing you to get out of the gunk for good. All right. So to do that, to finish up the integration section of this reading, we are going to try to get one card out. I don't know if it's going to be one or two. We'll see. Of the Sacred Creator deck, and we're going to read from the booklet for the cards. So what is the ultimate way to integrate this lesson for pile number 2? Okay, and I guess we got a card out. Back of the deck says integrate your knowing. Yeah, integrate it, love. You know these things. It's like I said, I feel like at the beginning, I think I said that you know a lot of the things I'm saying, but maybe you just needed to hear it again. Get back to elemental. I think I have a feeling on where this is going to go, but we're still going to read the book. All right, so let us go to page 48. A time to bring some elemental magic into your life, getting outside, doing something witchy or wild, letting go of who you believe you have to be, stepping into your elemental self. Breaking free of pragmatism and logic, a time to explore the world with a childlike curiosity, getting past the fear of change and the fear of trying new things. The elements in most magic circles are earth, fire, air, water, and spirit, and these elements create all matter in life. It's time to break things down into their simplest elements and to get back to your roots. What are the basics of what you're building? If you're a seasoned creator, what was your original plan or your original dream? There's a likelihood that you've grown since you began your journey, and it may be time to shift your plans so that they make more sense for you now. Get back to the basics of exploring the world like a child and seeing things new. Fresh eyes will offer you a fresh perspective, and when you break things down into their most basic parts, you can put them back together again in novel ways. Take another look at what you're already doing and what you've already done, and take special notice of the magic that you already have access to. It may be time to cut any extra drama, networking, and extracurriculars that aren't 100% aligned with your basics, and call in the elements as you get back to your own kind of elemental.
What quintessential desire runs through everything that you do, and what always remains the same? Okay, so I do highly recommend, I'm going to read it regardless, but pause this, take a screenshot, do what you need to do. When you think of the magic available to you in fire, water, earth, air, and spirit, what comes up for you under each element? Write a list. When it's done, can you see how your list could help you understand your next steps? How could elemental energies inspire you? How could you bring more fire into your life, or air, water, earth? So for this, again, like I said, pause this, take a screenshot, okay? For this, it really feels like you're being asked to look at the spirit, the mental action, the emotional action, the physical action, like what you can do now, right? So again, I really do think that this is a great way to put things out on paper, and start looking, bringing it outside of you, so you don't let the thoughts, the anxiety stay in your head anymore. It's time to move forward now, my love. Okay. Now we're going to move into final messages from Source, so you know what Source wants you to walk away with this reading fresh in your head. Okay, my loves? So let me just shuffle. I'm going to shuffle over here because there's more space. So final messages for pile number 2. Okay. Final messages for pile number 2. Okay. Back of the deck. True intentions. Stay authentic and aligned, trusting your inner wisdom to guide you toward genuine fulfillment. Genuine. You're learning and figuring that out for yourself right now. So the cards, where did they land? A lot of them landed over here towards the end. We have one card that landed at the beginning, so let's see what that one says. Getting advice. Seek guidance with an open heart, ready to learn and grow from the wisdom offered by others. Okay, I'm not going to say it, but you know the Free Soul Clarity Call is link thing there, link tree, link down below, okay? That's the last time I'm going to say it, but if that doesn't align with you, maybe this is about therapy. If this doesn't align with you, maybe it's about another person. But I don't think, just to make sure that we are all on the same page, this requires you to gain some sort of energy exchange, okay? Or an energy exchange with the other thing that you're getting help from. This isn't something where you're overly, excessively feeding yourself very hard information. Like if you're trying to get excessive pick a card readings on YouTube to understand the situation further. I'm going to be very honest with you. The reason why I'm saying that is because you had a number 6 pop up so many times in your reading that number is about like an energy exchange, like reciprocity. If you're just constantly getting information in, but you're not able to give anything back, it kind of feels as if you're going to be like, remember that energy I felt like with the horse and the carrot on a stick, like luring you? It feels like that. And it's not going to feel fair. It's going to feel more draining, and you're going to walk away wanting even more clarity, more answers, more reassurance. And it's going to become a really vicious cycle. So just be very careful. And another reason why I did say that is just so you guys can see that I'm not BSing. Keep in mind, look, that's 6 of Pentacles right here. This is a nasty habit. We don't want to keep doing that. We want to get to the answers for good now. Okay? So I think this landed over here somewhere. So it says, Crystal of Clarity, illuminating your path with openness and insight, receiving or readying yourself for a newfound understanding of content. Illuminate your path with openness and insight, readying yourself for a newfound understanding of content. Crystal of Clarity. Again, it's like this new initiation moment where you're meant to like learn. Oh, this could also be like using a YouTube channel that teaches you like a how-to. Not a pick a card, like it could be like a how-to thing. But I really do feel like this is about people, like connection with the person one-on-one, getting help. Okay, this did land sideways, so we're going to read both messages, but it landed over here. So let's keep that in mind, okay? Scales of balance. Seek equilibrium in love and career, harmonizing your inner scale to weigh decisions with both heart and mind. Harmony's call. Embrace quality and pursue justice, harmonizing the energies to manifest a balanced and just outcome. Exactly what I was talking about with compromise. It needs to feel fair. I just hit this with the camera with my glasses, my bad. And then the other, this is so trippy. Some of you guys may have been coming from pile number 1, because it feels like pile number 1 and 2 got a lot of, you guys both did get these 2 cards. And I have a lot of cards in this deck. So, like, what are the odds? You know what I mean? Okay. And we have recovery, comeback. Find strength and healing as each step forward renews hope and paves the way for a triumphant resurgence. And resurrection. Shake off the past and rise again. Reinvent yourself, and you will rise up from the ashes even more powerful. Exactly. Beautiful souls. Okay. To wrap it up, let us now get the affirmation or mantra that wants to come through for you right now. The final message for pile number 2, the affirmation for pile number 2. Okay. Back of the deck, so we have 3. Every cell in my body is conscious and communicates with each positive thought I have. Every cell in my body is conscious and communicates with each positive thought I have. Next up, my productivity stems from inspiration. When I focus on what brings me joy, my tasks become effortless actions. You just got to focus on the goal. Have the hope. Focus on that light at the end of the tunnel, but keep doing this for yourself, pile number 2. And then lastly, I am willing to see my sameness with others. This opens my awareness to oneness. I am willing to see my sameness with others. This opens my awareness to oneness. This is reminding me, actually, when I was talking about mirroring energies. Did I talk about that earlier? Or am I just having like a trip out? Did I actually not talk about that at all? But I'm going to keep it. Okay. So, pile number 2. This is all that I have for you in reference to your reading when it comes to the lesson that you're learning right now. I really hope that this reading was able to gain you or give you all the insight and information that you were seeking at this time, the clarity that you've been seeking. It's helping you walk away with things to do or actions to take in reference to the lesson and how to integrate it further. I just want to take a moment to honor you, honor your guides for showing up today to provide us with the messages and downloads that came through within this reading, and also yourself for showing up, taking the time to help yourself grow a little more, go a little farther in life, and get to understand how to keep evolving, keep showing up as the best version of yourself, most healed version of yourself you can possibly become. It doesn't mean that you need to do something better for yourself each and every day. It's a matter of just the consistency. Even when you take a break, that's still part of the consistency when the break is intentional, when it has to do with helping you recharge your battery and show up for yourself equally with more love in your heart for yourself, you know? So just know that this journey, this path, you're doing everything you're meant to do. You're moving at the pace you're meant to. Don't worry about the time or the things that you can't control, but what you can control is how you take action for those things that you want to change now. And I know that you have a lot of desire to do it. This new beginning is here for you for a reason. Source has been guiding you, and just understand and know that the more you trust your inner wisdom to guide you toward the genuine fulfillment you want, it will all work out because you're doing everything at the right time, okay? Keep believing in yourself as much as I believe in you. I send you so much unconditional love. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number 3s. And if this is the card that aided you in being able to select this pile, this joy card,
then you already know that this is your reading in reference to the life lesson that you are learning right now. So, just looking straight at your significator card together for a moment, the energy that's coming through has a lot to do with a emergence of some kind, a transformation of some kind that is going to be super pivotal for your pursuit towards happiness. Happiness can be found right now if you choose to see it that way, like to see life that way, right? But there's something bigger that you're trying to chase that isn't just happiness. There's something more than meets the eye to this situation or this lesson, I guess. I feel like the lesson has a lot to do with this word joy. So I am very curious to see what we are going to be like collecting and kind of gathering together. And the first thing that we're going to be doing to dive into what this lesson you're learning right now is, if you guys didn't hear it in the introduction, I highly recommend. Everyone always listens to my intros because I talk about the overview of how we're going to do the reading. So if you guys were there, you saw that I did say we were going to be using my karma cards for this first portion with the planets pile, the signs pile, and the houses pile. We're going to be using the spiritual outcome, which is in blue, not the red, which is action outcome. And the way that we're going to be doing this is we're going to try to get a card out from each pile for you. And we're going to read it like a sentence straight through with the S line standing for spiritual outcome, M standing for mental outcome, and P standing for physical outcome. All right. So let us start shuffling and get the cards out now. What lesson is pile number 3 learning right now, regardless of when they come across this reading, as this is a timeless reading? What lesson is pile number 3 learning right now? All right, beautiful. 1. Let's go to science. What lesson is pile number 3 learning right now, regardless of when they come across this reading? What lesson is pile number 3 learning right now? Oh, the card did slide out. I always want my cards to fall out when I say I want them to fall out, so. All right. And then finally, what lesson is pile number 3 learning right now? What lesson is pile number 3 learning right now whenever they come across this reading? What lesson is pile number 3 learning? Okay, so we actually received 2 houses, okay, house placements, and we're going to keep them there. I had a feeling that's why it took so long for me to get a card out for the signs, because when it fell over, I looked over and it's in the red, the action outcome. So I do feel like this is about like taking action. Like the lesson you're learning right now is about taking action of some kind. So honestly, I might keep it in this way. We'll see how the sentence makes sense, okay? And to start, I hope you guys can read it from this distance. Let me check my camera. Maybe semi. I'll zoom in a little bit more for you guys. Hopefully that helped. Okay. But the planet card you guys received is, oh, Saturn. Okay, so 2 piles have received Saturn, pile number 2 and pile number 3. Interesting. But you got Saturn in Capricorn. Interesting. And this card fought me. I have my eyes closed when I always shuffle, but this card, I felt it flip in my hand. And then I was like, if it's meant for you, like let it fall out. And it just flew out, fell on the ground. And now it's landed in action outcome position. It's in red. Okay, and then we got 2 house placements. So you got Saturn in Capricorn in the 11th house. And then you got Saturn and Capricorn in the 12th house. Oh, right next to each other. Okay. So we're going to be reading this in sentences, okay? The first sentence that I want you guys to read
For the spiritual outcome, the maturity that brings your goals freedom. The maturity that brings your goals freedom. That brings your goals freedom. Let me see what it would say if we turned this around. Be realistic about your goals for humanity's sake. Be concerned about the day-to-day reality of your hopes and wishes. You must wait before you can use the most business-like way and do it for the future. And then now let me see what it would say here. So, because I feel like there's a reason it landed this way. So the maturity that brings your goals freedom. So maybe you're feeling very locked down in a situation. This lesson is showing you, you're learning from it how to have more free will in the situation because you're forgetting how much control you actually have over it. And then the mental outcome, caution regarding the day-to-day reality of associations. Caution regarding the day-to-day reality of associations. Associations reminds me of like networking circles. So like trying to learn or differentiate between like what's yours to carry and what's not yours. What's your energy? What are your desires versus what someone else's desires might have been for you to achieve? But it doesn't matter what they want. What matters is what you want. That's something that's also coming through in terms of a lesson that you're learning right now. And then physical outcome, limits imposed. Use the most business-like way and your circle of friends. Okay, see, like that doesn't make any sense to me. But in a way it kind of does because it also shows like this energy of like distancing yourself, being courteous in the situation you're in, but not to the point where it's not gonna benefit, like where it's not benefiting you too. So we're gonna keep this like this for now. And we're gonna now look at, so we had Saturn and Capricorn in the 11th house. Now we're gonna look at Saturn and Capricorn in the 12th house. The maturity that brings your goals, your faith. Caution regarding the day-to-day reality of hidden tendencies. Limits imposed. Use the most business-like way in large institutions or overwhelming events. Okay. I'm going to turn this over now because I feel like this needs to make sense to us. The maturity that brings dedication to achieve your faith. Caution regarding focusing on hidden tendencies. It's the same thing. Limits imposed resulting from the rules imposed by large institutions or overwhelming events. Oh my God, there's so much pressure right now. Jeez. The maturity that brings dedication to achieve freedom. Caution regarding focusing on associations. Limits imposed resulting from the rules imposed by your circle of friends. Okay. I think this is about like taking action of some kind though, like regarding this landing an action outcome. Like you're learning how to tackle this situation. The situation that you're in right now, pile number 3, you are learning how to tackle it. And also learning what's yours to carry, what you choose to carry, what you want to carry versus what isn't yours to carry. And like learning what to share, when to share it, and when not to share, and what not to share at all with others around you. There's like this weird, like sus energy here, S-U-S, like it's suspicious. Like, I don't know what it is. It feels sus, like sneaky, like, I don't like it. Feels sus. I don't know how else to describe it than just that. It's sus. So I am very curious to see what the other cards have to say to help us put and piece everything together. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be diving into how this lesson is showing up for you specifically in your life right now. We're going to be using my rune cards. I'm just going to zoom out now. Hopefully you guys did take notes and write down the placement for the both of the houses and stuff. So we're going to be using my rune deck, my yin yang oracle archetype, and my citadel deck, okay? So I'm just going to shuffle and let all the cards come. If anything lands facing up, we are going to dive into it right then and there. So how is this lesson showing up right now for pile number 3, regardless of when they come across this reading? This is a timeless reading. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 3? Okay, so this went up, right? It shot out, right? The Wunyo rune. Joy, comfort, pleasure, fellowship, harmony, prosperity, ecstasy, glory, spiritual reward, but also the possibility of going over the top, in quotes. Joy comes out twice. So joy is the card that was your significator, but joy is being brought up twice. Back of the deck energy is Sowidio. Success, goals achieved, honor, the life force, health, a time when power will be available to you for positive changes in your life, victory, health, and success. It's like I just keep hearing finally choosing you, finally choosing you. Some of you guys may have also felt drawn to pile number 1 and you're coming from there. Welcome. Okay. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 3? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 3? Okay. Oh, this just landed like smack dab, like right here. Perfect fit. And then there's a card that also fell on the floor. So let me just pick that up. It kind of landed sideways though, and I feel like there's a reason for that. These two landed here. I feel like I want to place them like this. Back of the deck energy is North Node, cosmic purpose. Yeah, like you're on your journey to achieving this. I mentioned that earlier. Not exactly in these words. We have disharmony triggers conflict underneath, and then separation. Okay. You're very driven to go follow your dreams right now. Go follow your heart. Go follow where your soul's trying to lead you. But there are limitations right now revolved around the people in your life and how they are like supportive of it, or whether or not they are supportive of it, or how they are trying to be. I don't know. It's weird. Like it feels like you're being given so much unasked for advice or like tips. I don't know. Tips and tricks. It's very odd. So let us keep going. We have 2 more decks to shuffle through. We did get celebration, gifts, and abundance, but I do feel like that's just adding more emphasis to all these energies on this right side, which is where you're trying to go. This is, I feel like what this lesson, like, this is what you're trying to achieve, and it's part of the lesson. Does this make sense? Okay. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 3, regardless of when they come across this reading? This is a timeless reading. How is this lesson showing up in pile number 3's life? How is this lesson showing up for pile number 3? Okay, so we have 1 card coming out here. Back of the deck is Painter, the Painter, with productivity and creation. Yeah, like I said, like there is a lot of growth, abundance, excitement on the journey in your mind. Like I'm hearing you got your eye on the prize right now. So I am very curious to see what is the lesson here though. So let's shuffle the final deck I have here. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 3, regardless of when they are watching this reading? Because this is a timeless reading. How is this lesson showing up for pile number 3? Okay. Oh. Interesting. Oh, we have what? 4? 3? Okay. Back of the deck is Trickster, transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. Shadow attribute, manipulating others through duplicity. Trickster energy, transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. Interesting. So we did get a blank archetype card that landed on my lap. And I feel like this is like the outcome. You're trying to be able to create your own story, your own reality right now. But I had a gut feeling that this card paired with this, like you're trying to get here, create this brand new chapter for yourself, but
something is holding you back, and I thought this card was going to tell us, and it's literally bully, dude. I'm sorry I called you dude, guys.
I got excited. It says bully, light attributes, highlights your tendency to intimidate others, helps you confront the inner fears that bully you. Shadow attribute, conceals deep fears behind verbal or physical abuse. I can't say the actual word. So, is there something holding you back and you're learning how to become your own empowered self right now? Very curious. All right, so these cards both came upright. So we have the Gambler, light attribute, willingness to follow intuition even when others doubt you. Exactly what I feel like you are having to do right now. But the Shadow attribute, relying on luck rather than hard work. Okay. It did land sideways like this. Like it's kind of, they kind of landed like they're feeding into these yin yang oracles that we have yet to reveal. And then we also received Alchemist, light attribute, transformation of base motives and goals into golden wisdom. Shadow attribute, misuse of the power and knowledge that come through spiritual practice. Transformation of base motives and goals into golden wisdom. That's what I feel like you've come from here. Okay, this is very specific, but I feel like this is the energy that you are coming from, and you're now on like a path of learning how to embody more of like this ability to show up for yourself even when you don't have anything to lean on the outside that says, oh, it's all gonna work out. Like you're trying to be that for yourself right now. Okay, let's keep going though, because I am very curious to see like these other cards, because technically this did land on the Citadel here. We have the Storyteller, viewpoints and control. I love how it shows you like the shadows, aka like hand puppets, I guess, that these hands are making. Manipulation. I kept hearing the word manipulation earlier, but then I was like, I guess I doubted it because I was like, Pile 2 was talking a little bit about this. So I just thought it was interesting that this is a similar theme. And I wanted to make sure that I wasn't putting in things from a filter and I was coming through specific and organically from source. So the Storyteller, viewpoints, and control. I feel called to read the booklet here. So after we look at the rest of the cards, we're gonna read the meaning of this Storyteller card. So we have memories and nostalgia, reunion and soul ties, and then encompassing both growth and summer. Now I'm hearing the song Take a Chance on Me by ABBA. Like, I don't know if you guys got like some love proposal or something like that and you're like, oh my God, like this is too much, and now you're learning how to like embrace it and everyone else is like worrying about you and you're trying to trust in your heart of hearts right now and that's frustrating for you. That's not going to resonate with everybody. That came through, so I had to share it. But let us see what the Storyteller is about. I feel like this is going to give us more clarity. Children gather on the far side of the square, their attention glued to a wooden box, a white sheet, and a lantern. Behind it, hidden hands transform into beasts and people made of shadows, telling stories both old and new that have the children laughing and cheering equally. The Storyteller is the conjurer of this magic, the ringmaster of this show, in control of every character and every line. The most important story in your life is your own, but you are just one story in a tapestry of thousands. It's important to respect the tales of others around you. It's important to respect the tales of others around you too, rather than forcing people to conform to the role you think they should play in your story. Learn to communicate and see things from their point of view too. Not only should this improve how you perceive others, it will help you build better, more solid relationships. Okay, I think I'm getting this now. Yep. Fellowship. Possibility of going over the top. I get it now. Okay. But you're just so excited. You're just so passionate. There is a lot of energies coming through, to be honest with you, pile number 3. It feels as if there is, like, you feel like you're misplaced. I don't know if sometimes you feel like you're homesick on Earth. It's weird. I don't know if some of you guys may feel drawn to being a starseed, if you guys know what that is. If you don't, then ignore what I just said. But there's just this energy here that is coming through for me that has a lot to do with like a lesson you're learning in reference to people in your life. Well, that makes sense with the 11th house energy, but specifically like secrets with those people. I guess secrets that you hold from them or they hold from you. Like it feels like not everything is being said. And the lesson has something to do with that right now. I don't know if it's like okay with being who you are unapologetically, regardless of what anyone thinks of you, or like this energy of, it could be like a lack of sincerity and empathy of what the other person's going through. So that feels like there's a little bit of a disconnect, but I still feel like overall, like you're growing. I'm thinking alchemist, north node. Well, oh, so I feel like since I felt called to place the alchemist here, I looked under it. It's the north node, the cosmic and purpose card. Perhaps one of the goals for you that you're meant to achieve in terms of a lesson right now is learning how to be the most wholesome based version of you in every different area and facet of your life. Not just love life, not just career, not just personal life, but how can you make sure that you feel wholeness within you in all the different factors and areas that makes you you? Because it feels like there is still a disconnect when it comes to certain connections in your life. A disconnect of like their perceptions of you. And I think they are like misunderstanding a lot of things that you've told them. And maybe like it's hard for you to get your point across, or you always felt like you just couldn't get your point across to begin with. And people just don't understand you. Like I feel like this pile has issues with feeling misunderstood, or they have in the past. And so they kind of started to develop or adopt like this no BS mentality, or this mentality of like, I don't care, like I could care less, when like deep down, like it still frustrates you. And it feels like a little bit facade-y. I don't know how to explain that. Like it just kind of feels like there is some facade here that is not making you be super truthful right now to yourself or to others, or how lonely you actually feel. There's a lot of loneliness here that's coming through as well. Okay, I hope you guys can see how freaking all over the place I am right now. And I think that this is time where we need to keep going, and we're gonna just keep piecing. It feels like I'm doing a puzzle piece for you guys, to be honest, pile number 3. And we're just gonna move into it. So why this lesson is happening now for you. So, oh wait, what was I using? Oh yeah, we're using the tarot. Okay, sorry, I had a brain fart. We're gonna be using my Law of Attraction tarot deck to be looking at the why here, for why it's happening now. Maybe that'll continue to piece more information together for us. So, why is this lesson happening now? Oh, I just want to say, now I think I understand why this, I think I mentioned it earlier, the action outcome, the red text for Capricorn. Capricorns they rule Saturn. So they're about responsibility. They're about doing your due diligence. They persevere. They're the fathers of the zodiac sign. So they think of like a father role, like what a father traits would be. It's Capricorn energy. And there's grounding here in a healed state. But in a wounded state, Capricorn can also be very like stuck up, pretentious. They can have this energy of like, I'm better than you because I actually worked hard to get to where I want. They think they know it all because of what they've gone through. And perhaps your lesson also has a lot to do with like understanding, now I get why I placed this here. If you want to have connections, if you want to understand, if you want to feel understood by others, you need to try to understand others too. Now I think I get why this, because I'm like, the way that when I lay cards out, it's all intuitively led. Like I don't think, okay, sometimes I just place. And then I realize I take a bigger picture. I take a step back and I look at the bigger picture and I realize that I placed all these like this, like all under this row of Capricorn. And that's the only card that turned an action outcome. So it's like, if you want to get a little, you got to give a little. That's what I'm hearing. Like you're kind of being taught through this lesson how to give and then how to receive, and like how to get what you're trying to get. Like you need to give some of that back. I don't know how, if that makes sense, but there's reciprocity, is that's a big theme right now. Okay. So why is this lesson, thank you, happening now for pile number 3? Why is this lesson happening now for pile number 3? Back of the deck energy is the 8 of Wands. Okay. You are on the go. You are totally moving forward. Fast action. Fast action. This landed here. This landed there. It's interesting. Do you not notice how like you had the Alchemist land like this, the Gambler landed like this, and now you had one card fly out, another card fly out, and then I picked these out. It's intriguing to me how there's like a left and right. There's like a polarity energy here. That's why I was thinking about like giving and then receiving. And then these two landed here, right? So this is Judgment and the Knight of Swords. You're very much trying to go get something that you want deeply. And you're not going to stop at anything to go get it. I'm just trying to understand why this landed here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is going to go like this. Let me just open these. So under here we have the 6 of Wands. You reap what you sow is what I'm hearing. And then over here at the end we have the 9 of Cups. Wow, right at the end. Celebration, abundance, all this and that. This feeling of being misunderstood is still here. I don't know why. Like these are all such great cards, right? But I don't know if it's about like keeping your cards close, pile number 3. It really just feels like there has been too much sharing. 12th house energy is about secrets. And sometimes it can also be about betrayal as well. Things getting exposed to you when you least expect it. Saturn in the 12th house can be like something you least expected. It's like you got everything you wanted, but you have secret enemies because of it. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if you've had to use people to get to where you wanted to in life, where you're at, this part in life you're at. It just keeps feeling as if this is a time to like make amends for something. And like ask yourself, what did it take to get to where you are now? Because it doesn't feel like you're being fully honest with like what you had to do or how far you had to go. Who helped you? Like, are you thinking of them? Are you including them? There's something here about like not seeing everything. I'm going to reveal the next cards because I feel called to. So first up, we have the 10 of Pentacles. See, like these are all great, beautiful cards, but it just keeps feeling like something is missing internally. Like, I don't know, maybe you made it to the finish line in your goals and you made a huge milestone. You made it to a big milestone in life. Or maybe you're just at a point in life where you have a lot of things, but like something still feels missing, empty inside you, and you don't know why. Next up, we have the 8 of Swords. This is the first card I've seen here that has a heaviness to it. And I'm hearing the word anguish. Next up, we have the 7 of Wands. Resilience. Second to last is the 3 of Wands. See, like, do you not see the opposite in polarity? 3 of Wands. This is an old man planting seeds. And then over here is a younger man harvesting the wheat. So it's like reversal energy. And then lastly, the 10 of Swords. So 1010 may be of significance to you. Highly recommend that you write it down, my love. Why is this happening now? What is under here? The Six of Cups. Again, nostalgic energy, people. I don't know. It kind of feels like there has been some sort of misunderstanding. There was a stepping on someone else's toes, or to get where you wanted to get to, someone else had to go back, not forward. Like, to go forward, someone else had to go back for you to get this or something. There's a lack of fairness here that keeps coming through. And I keep hearing it was so unfair. This is unfair. This isn't fair. I don't understand what that is, pile number 3. Let me know in the comments if you guys selected pile number 3, because I would love to hear your stories. Because I also want to just make sure that what I'm sharing is making sense. Really feels like source is like taking me everywhere mentally when it comes to this pile specifically. You guys, like, it really just feels as if there needs to be some sort of closure right now. With a 10 of Swords here and the 9 of Cups right underneath it. And now I get it, like, this landed here, but it's here. This one's alone because you're looking into the future or planting seeds so you can make sure that your future's right. It's like trying to make amends, make peace, cut ties, let go of things, because this is weighing on you. I feel like I'm not getting the whole freaking story yet. Like, we're gonna just keep going, guys. I'm sharing what I see. But let's keep going. Okay, so we're gonna see what this reading... You know what, actually, before we do that, I am going to reach for a clarity card. So can you please clarify the Knight of Swords for me, please? Can you clarify the Knight of Swords for me, please? Okay. Justice. Then did I just talk about that? Back of the deck, the Knight of Wands. Yeah, there is something about unfairness on getting somewhere and leaving someone else behind. Something else behind. Okay, let me get some more What is the clarifier? Give me a clarifier for the 8 of Swords, please. Can you clarify the 8 of Swords for me, please? Okay. This one also wants to come out. So we have the Knight of Pentacles, the 3 of Swords. Oh, these are, yeah, sorry, reverse. We're not taking reversals. The Knight of Pentacles, the 3 of Swords, and the Hanged Man. No, Hermit. Yeah? Is that the Hermit? But then we got the 8 of Wands again in the back of the deck. And this time it has the Queen of Cups underneath. It's like you achieve so much, but do you not notice, like, a lot of these cards are mostly Pentacles, Wands, or Swords, or Major Arcana. But the Major Arcana that you do have is, like, a lot of self-reflection and realizations on, like, deep self-reflection, reflection of the past. And I feel like you slowly come to a realization. I'm so happy I got clarifiers, guys. This is helping a lot. It just feels like you have been slowly coming to a realization that there's something that needs to get taken care of before you can fully enjoy, like, the fruits of your labor, or fully feel like there is true full emotional fulfillment where you are right now. You don't need to be 110% where you always wanted to go to have emotional fulfillment. You can achieve it, reach it for it whenever you want. But it feels like you're having trouble being able to fully access that right now, even though you feel like you should be in a place where you're, like, celebrating and jumping up and down, because there's this weird, like, sus energy here that keeps coming through. And I think the sus energy, you know what I'm talking about. Pile number 3, like, if anyone that's selected this pile, I feel like you guys should understand what I'm referring to when I say that, because there was something that had to break in order for this thing to get built. Something else broke, and it wasn't fair. It was not fair. I don't know who it wasn't fair to, but It just kind of feels like this is karmic energy. There's a lot of karmic energy. And what's interesting, when I first started your reading,
I got the worst headache ever. I was like, okay, ow, like what the heck is this?
but as I'm talking, the headache has been fading. And it's kind of like I needed to get to this part of the reading for the headache to leave. Like Source was trying to tell me, keep shuffling, keep going, because it's a very serious thing. I don't know how to explain it. This is obviously a YouTube pick a card, but it just energetically, what I'm talking about, the weight of it just feels so heavy. Pile number 3. I do not know how to explain what I am sensing, but I do think it had to do with getting to where you had to go, because the Eight of Wands is about travel, but the Three of Swords has a plane. Okay.
So let's see what this is preparing you for now. So I do have a couple of decks here for that we're going to be using. So we're going to be using my Fortune Oracle, my Sacred Traveler, my Traveler Journey deck. And then I have my Soul Lessons and my Tea Leaf cards, okay? So I'm just going to shuffle them. If anything lands facing upwards, we're going to look at it right away. So what is this lesson preparing pile number 3 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 3 for, regardless of when they are listening to this reading, as this is a timeless reading? What is this lesson preparing pile number 3 for? Okay, so the card that didn't want to slide out, I feel like this is in progress, and that's why I didn't want to slide out, but I'm going to share it anyways, is the Phoenix. Be prepared to be renewed after a period of crisis. Like, this is still in the mix of being prepared. So I feel like the Phoenix rising has not started yet, but you feel like it should have by now, and that's why you're confused, and then that's what led to a big realization, and now the lesson is starting because of that, and now you're realizing what you need to do. Be prepared to be renewed. This is the period of crisis. The back of the deck energy is World. Number 9 came through here with 3 and 6. Be open to new possibilities in all areas of your life. So I feel like the perspective is starting to switch up for you. Like, you're realizing things. And I just realized the word rejection is popping out right here. Yeah, like, you've been very heavily misunderstood. You want to give clarity. You want to reach some sort of resolution of some kind. Okay, let's keep shuffling. What is this lesson preparing pile number 3 for? What is this lesson preparing pile number 3 for? Okay, so we actually have 2 Sacred Traveler cards back of the deck. Fellow travelers, support is all around you. So it feels like this is something that you're trying to seek for yourself, and the transformation with the Phoenix rising. A fresh new way of living emerges, but it didn't come out, is what I'm trying to say. So it's like you're learning, you're in the Phoenix rising stages, but you haven't risen just yet. And the cards that came upright both landed by the 6 of Wands, Judgment, Knight of Pentacles, and 3 of Swords, 8 of Swords, and 10 of Pentacles. We have Wandering Path and Cleansing Waters. Purification activates vibrant life force. Cleansing waters. It feels like you're supposed to cleanse some sort of water right now for yourself. Wandering Path, enjoy the journey. You are on a path right now. But with the Fox, there is some weird energy here. It's preparing you to be able to enjoy your journey now. Freeing you of like some burden that you've been holding on energetically. This is internally, like in your heart, a burden. What is this lesson preparing pile number 3 for? Okay. Back of the deck is Pride. I love myself and I see myself in everyone. So this is the back of the deck energy, and Doubt. I release the need to know all the answers. Like, how you're feeling right now, pile number 3, it just feels like you don't want to believe something that happened or that you did or that was done. But you deep down, I feel like, are aware that what you did to get you to this wasn't fully the best way to get it. And the cards that we have, the one that fell on the floor here is Perseverance. I know that I can do whatever I set my mind to.
And then the card here that landed on fellow travelers is self-esteem. I possess gifts of the soul that benefit me and others. And then empathy. I am open to seeing both sides of a situation. Empathy. We were just talking about it and it landed here with self-esteem. So there is a lack of self-esteem of some kind in your ability to have empathy or regarding the situation. And this lesson is preparing you to be able to show up in a light that will benefit you and others around you instead of just you. And that is supposed to sound heartless, by the way. Everything comes from a judgment-free zone with lots and lots of love. But it just feels like you've been very lonely, pile number 3. There's this feeling of being misunderstood, this feeling of loneliness that keeps coming through. And this lesson is preparing you for the ability to start actually enjoying your journey with others and being able to like cleanse yourself of something that you've been keeping to yourself for a long time or repressing, not wanting to admit to yourself. There's something here about that. Or speak up about. And then we have thorns. Weathering the challenges ahead will bring in a new and positive future. Remember when I said like you weren't the Phoenix Rising? You're about to become the ashes right now. Not in a mean way, but like, you know, because Phoenix are rising from the ashes. So like the thing that makes the Phoenix fall into ashes or whatever, or make it turn into a Phoenix, like you're about to go through that. And it's preparing you for this journey. The ability to make amends, make peace with yourself, your heart, find realignment and rebalance in your journey and your life path ahead. Let's keep going. What is this lesson preparing? Pile number 3, 4. What is this lesson preparing? Pile number 3, 4. One more shuffle. What is this lesson preparing? Pile number 3, 4. Okay, back of the deck is handshake. A meeting with a stranger could be important. Okay. Oops. And then a card upright. Chain of events that will affect your life. And I think this is about meeting with somebody because we have the earth in the background behind the chain depiction. And then in this card that was in the back of the deck, you have like a hand that's coming in from the earth over here. So it could be about like a person that you're going to have a talk with, speak with. I have to shuffle the second set of my tea leaves. So what is this lesson preparing? Pile number 3, 4. What is this lesson preparing? Pile number 3, 4. Regardless of when they are watching this video, this is a timeless reading. What is this lesson preparing? Pile number 3, 4. Okay. Back of the deck is temporary situation. And then we have what? Elephant. A long journey, either physical or mental, will leave you wiser at the end. Yeah. Now, what is this card that wants to come through? Caterpillar. Things will not always be this way. A change is coming. Dissatisfaction with life. All right. I'm going to zoom out a little so you guys can see the rest of your cards. Okay. Now that we have space, I'm going to move these. Okay, guys. There was a fight. There was a big misunderstanding. There was something that happened to you guys. And it's not affecting you that much. Like, it didn't affect your ability to get to where you've gone or come from. But it's still, like, at the end of the day, like, you've reached a point where you're starting to reflect on it now. And it's preparing you to make amends with that part of your life story, your story. Okay, we're going to look at the other cards now. So we have tree, affairs with your family. This could be family. And then months of the year, we have the month of January coming up. So this is a timeless reading. And I am looking at this image and this guy is like completely frozen. So I find that kind of funny. But this is giving me the idea of like a dark night of the soul around the corner. And you are gonna sort of, or about to commence that deep dive into that. So this is gonna be the thing that helps you level up in a way that you wouldn't have been able to level up in if you didn't face this discomfort head on now, is what I'm hearing. And this is really preparing you for this ability to show up for yourself and others in a way where you can feel proud of, where you can feel like a sense of fulfillment always, not just one way or the other, but always, all the time in your life, in all areas. So that's something that keeps coming through. All right, it is preparing you for that. And now let us take a look to see the resistance or block around this lesson. We're going to be using my past life cards. So what is the resistance or block around this lesson for pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck, we have American Civil War era friend identity. Lesson, passive conformity. Companionship. So this is about people for certain, this lesson. I'm going to place here. Okay. So the cards that flew out, we have evangelical. We're just looking at the words that are facing up. Evangelical, extremist. A way of doing things that it's like your own way of doing things, your own way of doing things. Ah, okay. And then the other ones that landed here, work slave, enslavement, concubine. I need to look that word up. And then we have love of convenience, unrequited love. Okay, see, that's giving me confirmation for something else. Okay, so some of you guys did have to do with a past lover and like you're trying to make reunion with them, but everyone else is judging you for that decision. So, you know, the lesson here is learning how to listen to your heart, listening to your gut, but not like taking everyone's advice with a grain of salt, because at the end of the day, like you listening to your heart, whether it works out or doesn't work out, like I'm telling you right now, I promise you forever and ever, you will never regret the choices you make with your heart, because you're always going to feel like you were true to yourself. But if you always make choices with your head, there's always a chance that you're never going to get to know what was around the corner if you just listen to what your heart was asking of you or wanting of you. So that's something that's coming through. Not going to resonate with everybody. So, because I don't really dive into live love-based readings here. I am thinking, though, about doing it on my channel. So let me know in the comments down below if this is something that you would like me to do. I am planning to do, like, maybe here and there. This isn't something I'm going to do all the time, but, like, love-based readings that have to do with self-growth and helping you grow in relationships. Like, release self-sabotage in relationships. Like, what is the lesson in this relation? Things that are going to help you continue to evolve and heal, okay? But it's going to be relationship focused. Let me know if that's a reading topic you would like me to do on my channel. But let me look up the word here, because I have no clue what this word means. So give me 1 second. Concubine? Have you guys ever heard of that word? I have never heard of that word. Okay. Let me look it up. So, what does concubine mean? Enslavement, work slave, concubine, love of convenience, unrequited love. A concubine is a woman who lives with a man and has a recognized relationship with him, similar to a wife, but of a lower status. Historically, concubines had fewer rights than wives, common in many ancient and medieval societies, often associated with royalty, nobility, or wealthy households where men could have multiple wives and concubines. The relationship was usually sexual and domestic, but the concubine and her children were not always given full legal or social recognition. Wow! This is again feeling like not wanting to admit or believe that the way that you handled something with a person of the past wasn't right. It wasn't like the way that they saw it wasn't the way that you saw it, and it wasn't fair to them. This keeps coming through, but you not wanting to admit to it because, like, literally this person, they're facing, like, this way, their eyes are closed. There's this feeling of, like, with evangelical, like, this is one way of, like, following a certain type of religion, right? It's, like, subcategories in the main category. And so this gives me this idea that, like, I'm hearing I had to do what I had to do, man. Like, I had to do what I had to do. And that's understandable, okay? Pile number 3, like, I get it. But at the same time, it's messing with you for a reason. And there's a clean slate that wants to be brought forth for you. But that clean slate can only happen if you are honest with yourself, you're honest with that person, there's this feeling of not having said everything that you wanted to say, or they didn't get to say everything they wanted to say. And it just feels like there's a lot of bad energy being sent to you right now. And I don't like that. I hate talking about this on my channel. I hate talking about it or sensing it energetically for me, because then I feel like it's easy for people that channel and get downloads from source to easily latch on to this stuff. So I am really trying to do everything in my power to protect myself energetically right now, because it does just feel like there is still so much to say that needs to be said in order for the real completion of this cycle to take full effect. And this lesson has a lot to do with that right now, but the resistance and block is around you not wanting to believe that you were wrong, how you did something was wrong, that your success isn't a success or something like that. Like there's this feeling of like feeling like you're gonna get called out. But I'm gonna be so honest with you. And remember, keep in mind my YouTube channel and the readings that I do here, they are meant to trigger you, okay? I want to trigger you guys, because when you get triggered, that means that you are getting an opportunity to look at something you would not have been able to look at if someone else didn't poke at it for you. When you're getting triggered, that's simply what it is. It's just saying, your body's way of saying, hey, this is something that kind of made me uncomfortable. It brought some discomfort to the air. Maybe we got to explore it together. So it does feel like you don't, there is a lot of ego play here, a lot of pride that is getting in the way of your ability to see the truth of something, or the bigger picture of something, of how this moment in your life came into full effect. Like you not wanting to admit that to yourself, acknowledge it, realize it fully. So, you are being prepared to move through that, overcome that. I keep hearing karma. So this is karmic, of course, but it is essential to move through so you can feel like you're moving on to the next level. So this part of the deck wants to slide. I'm going to read it. The Thurisaz rune. Reactive force, directed force of destruction and defense, conflict, instinctual will, vital eroticism, regenerative catalyst, a tendency toward change. Yeah, this is what wants to happen. That's why I wanted to get cut right now. This is the thing, the part of you that wants to occur and take full effect, but it can't if you aren't going, like the phoenix, it's the phoenix moment. That phoenix moment can't happen if you don't handle all the skeletons you have in your closet. So now I guess that we were able to kind of look at all of that, let us now see the final part of this reading that we're going to be looking at today, which is the ultimate way to start integrating this lesson in your life, okay? And we're going to be using my Unveiled Tarot deck to do that, along with my Sacred Creators Oracle deck, where we're going to be pulling out a card. And maybe you'll get some like journaling prompts or an exercise in the booklet that you guys can use to do some more work on this further. Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't know. This deck keeps like sliding out of my hands, and it feels like you're running away from it or hiding. And I was sensing that earlier, but I think I forgot to mention it, because I knew the guy that edits my videos was probably going to accidentally cut it out because he does time lapses for me when I'm shuffling, which I asked him to do. But in the middle of my shuffling, I was hearing like, it feels like you're hiding, like you don't want to, there's an avoidance here of wanting to hear everything I was talking about today. So I do want to say, commend anyone that is still here listening to pile number 3. Like, I'm so proud of you, because this stuff is really hard to listen to. This stuff is hard to face and hold space for within yourself. So the fact that you're still here listening, like, you are an amazing human. Keep doing what you've been doing. You are on the right path. Don't let the guilt eat at you. Don't let anything eat at you. It's just, you're learning things. And sometimes we learn things at different paces. And this is completely normal. So just be glad that you're here where you are now and it's gotten you up until this point. So, okay. What is the ultimate way to integrate this lesson for pile number 3? What is the ultimate way to integrate this lesson for pile number 3? Back of the deck is the 2 of Swords. Underneath it is the 2 of Pentacles. 2 to 2 may be of significance. And then we have the 7 of Swords. Yeah. with the Tower. Exactly. Like, bro. Figuring out which move to make. We're going to figure it out together, so do not fret. All right, the Six of Swords came out upright. Moving to calmer waters. That's the transition that wants to happen, but in order to do it, you got to rip the Band-Aid off is what I'm hearing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this is the first card that wants to come out. We have the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Pentacles. You guys had a lot of knights earlier in the last tarot too. There's a lot of knight movement trying to happen. The Fool. And the final card for now is the Queen of Pentacles. Honestly, I was planning on just looking at this row one at a time, but I feel like I need to place all the 8 cards down. So I'm going to do that. To go underneath the Knight of Swords, we have the Queen of Swords. Underneath the Knight of Pentacles, again, there's like pairings. Knight of Pentacles is with the Queen of Cups, Knight of Swords is with the Queen of Swords. Underneath the Fool, again, Judgment has come up twice for you guys. In order for this new beginning to take full effect, ripping the Band-Aid off. And then clarifying the Queen of Pentacles is the Page of Pentacles. Saturn and Capricorn in the 11th and 12th house. I feel like for some of you guys too, and you all just let me talk about it, maybe this was also something that happened to you that was unfair. And you felt like you didn't get your closure. It could have been, oh my God. I hate that that just happened, but it's fine. We're going to keep going. Maybe it was roles that were reversed and switched over. Like it was actually you that felt like it was unfair. An outcome of something in the past. Regardless, the way to integrate this lesson, pile number 3, is to make sure that making amends or trying to finish up this chapter doesn't stop you from the chapter you're in or you're entering now. There's definitely still an integration process happening. However, for this integration process to fully take full effect, you need to give in to your vulnerabilities right now. You need to be willing to give full permission for your true self to come out, even in the forms where there is some pain amongst it. Because I think that there are parts of you that you don't like to acknowledge, or that you find weak, or that you find dumb or stupid. And it's sad because you're too hard on yourself about it. And there's like that pretentious energy kind of coming through, like the Capricorn wounded state that I was talking about earlier. And you're fighting yourself on showing this full you. But in order to find true emotional fulfillment, you have to open yourself up to the heart and your emotions. And that's where the real opportunities lie for your life ahead. You've conquered a lot in your life, pile number 3. But the one thing that has always been an issue for you was emotions. Emotions might make you very uncomfortable, but it needs to be looked at. It needs to be accessed in order to integrate this lesson fully, in order to move into your re-rise, your rising with the zombie arms coming out. There is a reawakening. There is a renewal. There is a reckoning here that wants to come through in your soul and your very being, pile number 3. But it can't if you don't take the first step of letting yourself be vulnerable. And letting go of the need to feel like you have to constantly be in creation mode, constantly be putting out, because, you know, that was the very thing that created some sort of unfairness in the past to begin with. We don't need any more of that. We just need your truth. You just need your truth. And you can have emotions and still be discerning. And the best way to take care of integrating this lesson is to make sure you practice balancing both the logic and the heart. Because I feel like you were too much logic and not enough heart, and that made a lot of toes get stepped on maybe in the past. Or your toes got stepped on in the past by someone else, and it led you to having this need to choose logic over heart all the time. So now it's like you're learning how to reverse all of that. You're releasing the extremism that you tend to, some sort of belief that you adopted that's extreme, and you're trying to find a middle lining. And that's what you're meant to do. So now what we're going to do is get a Sacred Creator card to finish up this integration part on how to integrate the lesson, to see if it can give us more context for this. Because I feel like what I said is what I said, but
maybe this card, the Sacred Creators deck, will give us even more for you. So what is the ultimate way for pile number 3 to integrate this lesson? What is the ultimate way for pile number 3 to integrate this lesson? Okay, so again, I think we had a card that like didn't come out. We have the Edge of Evolution feels messy, but it didn't want to come out. It flipped over, but it did not want to fly out. I feel like because you are going through this evolution, you don't realize how big this actually is. Back of the deck is make a mission statement for your soul. You're still trying to learn how to marry the heart with the mind. The card that landed here is Your Soul Shines. Finding wholeness in yourself in all areas of your life. Okay, let's see. Page number 34. The number 7 may be of significance to you. Okay. So, let us read. Underneath the smog of a difficult day or the impatience of a frustrating situation, your soul is there doing its thing, shining. It may require some buffing and polishing of the exterior, and you may need to do some habit busting to sense it. You may need to expose your raw and tender underbelly to pinpoint it, especially if your shine is hiding under a few thickened layers of hard knocks or a self-destructive lifestyle. Sometimes we have our perspective so shifted that we can't see the shine in others, or worse still, we can't feel it in ourselves. Know that it's with you, bringing magic to the mundane, because we are all connected to source energy and to cosmic grace. Your soul is always there, just shining through your flaws and your secrets. It's lovingly pushing through your insecurities and any positive affirmations you're working on, even the ones that aren't working yet. And it's so proud of you. No matter where you're at, you are loved from the inside, from the soul side out. Decide to open up your connection to its ascension and get out of your own way by trusting that your brilliant soul will radiate peace in every room you walk into. You have that choice. It's waiting patiently for you to ask because it will lead whenever you are ready. Love more, laugh more, smile more. How can you bring this shine into your everyday? Small acts of kindness can change lives. How can you do more outreach, volunteering? What acts of service can you share? What do you need to love more today? That's where your new beginning lies. Now I get it. Giving back. I get it. Okay, pause, screenshot this. Do what you gotta do, my loves. Okay? I'm going to close it. I get it now. Giving back. Wanting to fill your heart up in that way makes you feel better now. It's like the only thing that's missing here. And then this card slid out. It says sunrise, new creative ideas, new ventures, a fresh start. Yeah, this is what that is for you. And yeah, technically it does make sense because the Queen of Pentacles is a woman, a queen that is living in the life, the dream of her own making. She created all of this for herself. But because of that, she's reached a point where she is able to keep her own cup full, but also make sure that she has time to give back to others as well. Let us get some final messages from Source for you beautiful souls to finish up your reading. And we're going to be using my Clarifying Life Situations deck along with pulling out some final mantras and affirmations for you. All right, just getting the other deck out. So let me just shuffle over here because there was no space at this part. Final messages for pile number 3. Final messages for pile number 3. Okay, great. Final messages for pile number 3. Final messages for pile number 3. Okay. Back of the deck is true intentions. Stay authentic and aligned, trusting your inner wisdom to guide you toward genuine fulfillment. Some of you guys may have felt attracted to pile 2, and if that's the case, maybe your rest of your answers lie in pile 2. Just felt called to say that. All right. So this card wants to be seen first. This card landed sideways. This one landed on top of the 6 of Swords. So we have Harbor of Peace. Find serene refuge in the peaceful embrace of a gentle harbor, allowing tranquility to still your waters. Okay. This landed sideways, so both messages want to be read. Higher wisdom, explore options, learn what you can, and expand your horizons. Turn the page, embrace new chapters with curiosity. Openness paves the path to wisdom. Like, this is part of your lesson. Learning how to do things this way, this time around. This landed on the Knight of Pentacles, and between the Knight of Pentacles and Knight of Swords. Maybe you're learning to, like, do things now with heart instead of with just logic. Release and renew. Embrace the flow of letting go to welcome renewal, allowing new energy to shape your path. I feel like we've heard the word embrace a lot so far. I don't know why that word is like in my head a lot. So maybe the word of the day for you is about embracing. That can be like a literal embrace with somebody. That could be just embracing life, embrace yourself. But I feel like you should write, like, if you're taking notes, like, embrace blank, and then fill in that blank for what your intuition's trying to make you embrace right now. And then lastly, we have steady progress. Patience is your ally. Celebrate each step forward, no matter the size. Like I said, you're doing everything right. All right, my beautiful souls, and let us finish up with a mantra to close this reading. What is the perfect affirmation for pile number 3 right now? One more shuffle. What is the perfect affirmation for pile number 3 right now? Okay, nothing. Back of the deck. My genuine desire to serve clears the path for me to step into my purpose. My genuine desire to serve clears the path for me to step into my purpose. And lastly, ooh, I love this. Let me be still today and listen to the truth in silence. Let me be still today and listen to the truth in silence, which I think you need more of. Like, self-introspection right now is a big deal for you, and at this point of your journey. It's part of the lesson, listening to the inner truth in the silence. What's in the silence? What do you hear? Pile number 3. That's all I've got for you guys today. I really hope that this reading was able to benefit you in every way, shape, and form that it possibly could have from a screen. And, you know, if you do happen to ever feel called to
dive into healing and self-growth a little bit deeper, feel free to subscribe. Oh my God, I can't talk. Feel free to subscribe to my channel, where most of all actually of my pick a cards are about self-growth related topics to help you continue to heal, step into your power, release self-sabotage, shadow work, and all those amazing things. All the things that I don't feel like are dived into enough in tarot on YouTube specifically. So I wanted to make sure that was accessible for you guys by making this channel. Not only that, by also to show up in the way that I felt like I was always meant to as a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. I feel like it is my mission in life to help heal this world one healed person at a time. And in order for like that to be the reality, we need people like you to listen to these readings till the very end and continue to show up for yourselves to heal, grow, evolve, and do all the right things. So all the great things, sorry, not right things, that came out of my mouth incorrectly. So if that is something that you would love, and if you would like to be part of a community that actually is taking initiative for that, I did actually recently create a waiting list on the link in the description box below. That it takes you to my link tree, where it's like a waiting list for virtual healing circles, gatherings, and workshops that are all healing focused related things. So the stuff can range all the way from like neuroscience to help you learn about like chronic stress response, nervous system regulation. That's all healing, right? How to rewire your brain. But it can go all the way to astrology and how to use it for self-discovery purposes, collective group readings, new and full moon healing circles, and so much more. So you're going to get to actually select the things that you would want to be informed on if you click on the link below, and you're going to get to sign up that way as well. So that's something that you are interested in, feel free to sign up. I will be starting those future gatherings once I have enough people on the waiting list to start the virtual ones, okay? So with that being said, I hope you have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your evening or day or wherever you're at while listening to this. And again, be proud of yourself. You did the work by showing up for you today and listening. And, may the rest of your day just be filled with so much love, light, and heart and soul, because you need to be more vulnerable and embrace it, okay? Embrace it. Don't forget the word embrace, okay? Have a beautiful rest of your day.